check. Check test. Good afternoon, everyone. Inshallah, OSW Talk, we're going to start in few minutes. Please have a sit and enjoy with us and the information that we're going to send it to you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to OSW Talk 2026. We are delighted to have you here at the Oman Conversation Exhibition Center for what promises to be 2 days of sharp thinking, honest conversation, and practical ideas built around this year's theme, Sustainability in Action, Innovation, Investment, Impact. OSW Talks brings together leaders from engineering industry, government, finance, and beyond, all asking the same question: how do we move from committed to action? Let's get us into now. We open this afternoon with the theme that sits at the heart of sustainability industry, the circle economy. Our first section, Waste to Wealth, explore how resource recover and cycle system are fast became engineering for economic growth, not just environment good practice. Joining us for a short panel discussion are Sultan Al-Ra'i.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Noor Al-Hamdan, and I am pleased to be the moderator for today's first panel discussion titled Waste to Wealth, Circular Economy as an Engine for Growth. I am happy to be joined here by a selected group of speakers, each representing part of the ecosystem pushing for circular economy. We have Sultan Al-Risi, who brings the industrial operator perspective from Sahara Aluminium. We have Mari Fuad Tawfiq joining us from BIA, where circular economy shapes the evolving waste infrastructure landscape. And we have Mr. Arthur Huang, who brings a global innovation perspective through Miniwaste. Thank you all for joining us today. And I would like to direct my first question to Mr. Sultan. So, working in Sohar Aluminium, which is a huge operation, obviously, where do you see circular economy today in Sohar Aluminium? And what are the biggest opportunities that you have to drive this forward?
First of all, thank you very much for having us here today on this hot subject. As our company is as heavy industrial, we have started the circular economy or to having the real definition of waste management from the beginning, from the day one. So we have initiated the standard, we have initiated the what's the proper waste, or actually I want just redefine it. We don't call it waste so far, it's a resources. So we have started to shift or redefine it and to change the mindset by having a resources instead of waste. As I said, from day one, we have introduced a lot of opportunities, a lot of initiative to ensure that all these byproducts get recycled in different recycling facilities. So as a heavy industrial, of course, we are surrounded with also another heavy industrial. The symbiosis industrials there. We have initiated several trials, for example, with other heavy industrials to ensure that all these byproducts could be recycled or could be used as alternatives, raw material or fuel. Maybe the challenges is just as our company or Sohar Aluminium is something new in Oman. The material or the resources being generated is something new, unknown to other industrial. Yet we ensure that trials, talking technical with other industrials to ensure this material can be recycled in their facilities.
So I think that is a very ambitious step forward for you at Sahara Aluminium. I wanted to see if you can give us some sort of an example of one of the most successful waste value streams that you have at the moment.
Okay. We have many so far, but the most one I would like to talk about it is the spent pot lining. This type of byproduct is generated from delining of pots. We have two cuts, SPL first cut, SPL second cut. The first cut is carbon enriched. The other cut or the second cut is refractory. Both can be recycled either in cement and steel. We have initiated the trial since 2014 with cement factories, and it was successful. With this. Of course, we involve the authorities to ensure also we are having this trial in proper manner. So spent pot lining is something that we are proud of. There is also some carbon material and other material that can be recycled in the industrial sector.
Well, thank you, Sultan. And Mari, given that you work in BIA, which is something of a national champion when it comes to managing waste all throughout the Sultanate, I'm sure you have a huge visibility over how waste is being managed. So an example like the one Sultan gave us, how do you think other examples and other opportunities that exist in the ecosystem can be also pushed forward?
Thank you, Noor. I think one of the most important things to think about when we think about circular economy is to see how we can upcycle the materials that we receive at our sites. The most important thing is to try to regain value from these materials. Like Sultan said, it's important to look at these items as resources. Each stream needs to be managed differently. Each stream needs to go through its independent route so that it can finally become a product that adds value to our economy. In Oman, we are working towards this. We understand the streams that every waste material, traditionally labeled waste material, needs to go through. We try to identify some of the tools that we can incorporate into our local policies to gain value back. Management of these materials is the most important part, and we try to work with the various entities such as APSR, Authority of Public Services, to incorporate laws and regulations that will support the management of these various streams. Something that we're looking at is extended producer responsibility, EPR, that would manage the waste flow from generation all the way to its final disposal, in this case, after multiple life cycles. So this sort of mind frame and framework is important to develop locally. And I think we're on the right path. It's just that we need to work with the various regulators and various authorities to be able to implement it in a manner that will add value to the various industries in the Sultanate.
All right. Thank you, Mary. And Arthur, I would like to direct the next question to you. So after we heard from Sultan and Mary, I think what they mentioned is very ambitious. But I would like to take your global perspective on this matter. Do you think that there are some elements that the industries and governments continue to misunderstand about circular economy?
I think the misunderstanding is that waste inherently has value. It actually doesn't, because there's like you're mentioning upcycling. Upcycling just means it has a higher value in the second life. So to recycle into a cement industry, that's adding value, but maybe not adding enough. I think that's where the delta is the question, because a lot of times we think, oh yeah, there's value from down the chain, but it's actually not enough for you to actually do the work of collection, and that kills all these good ideas and good initiative. And one of idea, for example, I'm sure you guys been to some beach cleanup, right? You see, like you're taking material literally off a environment, and but what do you get? What you have gotten is actually all mixed material. Okay, and is it worth it for us to sort every little piece and then under the sun sorting every little piece and then take that material and then go into, let's say, packaging industry, all that? It's not worth it, right? So this whole process doesn't work. So I think what we've been focusing on, especially in Taiwan. Taiwan has one of the highest recycling rate in the world, but it's also an island. So the fact that it's an island, all material comes in, it have a hard time going out too. And we have no land to do landfill. And so, and in Singapore, for example, where I'm also from, one of the biggest things is we just burn everything. Actually, that's what we call recycling too. So that at the end, that is called upcycling, energy upcycling, upcycle to energy. But this is not where we want to go. So I just want to be clear that we, first of all, take away the dogma of, because there's a lot of greenwashing going on. I think burning is greenwashing also, because that's the easiest way to do it. We've been doing that for centuries, So how do we actually capture that value in a higher way with a bigger delta? And that's only when we discover some of those particular product, particular processes. That's only when you discover that delta that the upcycling works. All the other is just lip service.
Yeah, and where do you think Oman is currently at which stage? How can we reach that and close the delta?
I believe that similar to what Mr. Arthur said, is that for us initially to gather this material is the most important part. So financing this aspect for you to be able to then process it in a way that can be upcycled is very important. And I think that's the tools that we need to develop in Oman. So part of the EPR fund is that where we're looking at is that we need to understand at which stage of the collection system and the upcycling system until we reach the final product does it need to be financed by the government. So the collection part is something that virgin material doesn't need to think about. So this part is the most important part, and it usually is funded by public services because of the policies in place that understand the value of reaching the circular economy target. So I think because we're having these conversations, we're able to think in a way from a regulatory perspective that puts these into place. There is quite a while to go to draft these into law and then be implemented, and also monitor the outcomes and how these policies are then actually applied, and how they influence the local culture. So I believe that's Arman's position.
I think what you mentioned as the responsibility of the government to support is a vital point, but I also wanted to understand, is this the current ecosystem going on, for example, in Taiwan or Singapore? Is it the responsibility of the government to manage the waste and ensure we reach circular economy, or is it a shared responsibility? How is the situation over there?
I'm from Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, and these places has one thing in common. You can rat on your neighbor. I think this is actually very interesting because this is a cultural shift. So you can take a photo of your neighbor of not doing recycling, and you can get funded. You can get, so this is a ratting system. It's a cultural, it's a very...
It destroys relationships, I'm sure.
No, but I mean, because imagine a grandma doing that, trying to illegally drop the trash. Oh my goodness, someone neighbor take a photo, and then, the whole neighborhood knows. It become a cultural action, okay? And this cultural action wasn't there in the boom economic phase in the 70s and 80s and 90s. Then start implementing heavily in the 2000s. Even Japan, the Taiwan, and it's like that. Like, so once you start that culture of, I don't mean that in the negative way, but there's also a positive way too on the education side. But the fact that there's a social pressure. So for example, when we have a recycle bags, if you do not clean the content inside, this cannot go into any other recycling system, right? So, and then they will have, the collector will be looking at the trash bag, the collectible bags, and he's like, no, I don't take this. But then they force you to pay for all the other bags that you have to use for trash. So it is a heavily based on this, I would say, the stick. Stick. I think this is very North Asia style. I have to say.
I think to add to that, something I also was surprised to see in Europe. I lived there for a few years, and what I saw was the other perspective. Now, the community and the culture valued the environment so heavily that they were willing to pay for reused clothing higher than they would pay for new clothing. So the value of a used jacket was more expensive than a jacket you would buy at H&M, or people valued it so much that they would compete for it because it would, and they would also brag about it. So when you would ask them where you got these clothes from, they would say, oh, this is a 50-year-old jacket.
And it's vintage.
It's vintage.
Yeah.
So there was a very high value to these materials, and it was very interesting. So it's not just the stick, but it's also the cultural...
The culture.
Yeah, the cultural understanding.
And the mindset.
And the mindset, exactly.
Yeah. I think all of these prospects are very promising, but one crucial element remains, and it all goes down to one last question. Is it commercially viable? So do you think circular economy in Oman today is commercially viable without subsidies, without mandates?
Yes.
That's a brave claim.
Yes, it is. See, if we define waste management previously, it's about collection, transportation, and disposal. Thus now have been shifted to circular economy. Simple definition of circular economy is collection, transportation, treatment, and then recycle, blah, blah, whatever. So as there is heavy industrial so far now, especially, let's talk about hard industrial. There is some heavy industrial that they can reuse or recycle other material that generated from other heavy industrial. So if we, with the support of the authorities, with the support of the investors, to build strong firm, strong rules and regulation to transform these these waste into a valuable resources. Yes, there is economic beneficial for these resources. It just need to these industries to understand what's the valuable things in these. And I believe so far most of the heavy industries have been shifting to reuse or recycle other material as raw material and as fuel. Of course, the most important things here also to ensure that there is trials. So these trials also will support, will give this industrial more confident, more to ensure that yes, we can use it. It will be not only for environment, it's for sustainability, it's for to reduce the landfill or the material that goes to landfill, and to ensure that proper circular economy is really happening.
And Arthur and Mary, do you have any opinions about circular economy being viable without any subsidies or mandates?
May I just can I just use the example that we're doing in UAE? For example, we use waste palm fiber, which is plenty here, agricultural waste. The other one is all the water pipes and the water tanks, which is LDPE, these big tanks, which industrial tank has lots of these LDPE tanks. And then we recycle them and we use rotational molding, and then we directly turn that into a Sadia Island in Abu Dhabi, which is a very premium cultural district. And then it has a dome that's made from this trash. That's like 2-story tall, 3-story tall, and it's become a pavilion. Okay. So I think the first step for any of this upcycling to create a value is you have to let people see it, feel it, touch it. And then you have to actually use the waste to do it in front of you. You have to transform in front of people. And the second thing is we also build tiny processes, small plants in Abu Dhabi, in the middle of a city, because one of the things about what people misnomer about circular economy is it's very dirty. People thought about water pollutions, people talk about air pollutions. So you want to be able to do it in front of the children. You want to educate with the students next to you, and you want to show them the whole process, right? So we deploy a system in Abu Dhabi in the middle of a city, and we directly transform textile waste. And also, I know there's a very in Abu Dhabi, it's got a potato chip called salad chips. I don't know if you know that. So during the national event, the National Day event in Abu Dhabi, and then we basically recycle all the potato chip packaging, and we turn that into 300 sunglasses, right? And also in front of the whole video team there. So this is the first step. It's about education and proving that it can actually be done, all within minutes. So I think this will take away all the so this is one way for us to generate the value, also for the students, and then the people get excited. Leadership get excited, students get excited, and then they got excited. That's why we got invited here. That's so I think that experience is very important for us, for me to share with everyone here, because it's about that first project. It's very important because if whatever you produce is also very bad, it really put a whole damper on this whole movement. Yeah, negatively. You see it negatively. The last thing I can mention for you guys is in Taiwan, during the COVID time, we use waste to build a lot of hospitals or for all the COVID centers. During that time, there's an embargo on all the European medical system, Japanese medical system cannot import to Taiwan. And so pretty much during that COVID time, you want to build a COVID center to save lives, ICU units, you have to build it with local material. But Taiwan doesn't have materials. So we had to use our waste. So the government approached us for a project to build 100 ICUs for the COVID center, and in 8 months. Okay, so I think that is another, I think, a national security level. You have to look at circular economy, because if you don't have that, like even making drones. I know, like, it sounds weird, like, like sustainability and drones, like, this is, but even to make drones, you need to, yeah, you have to be able to control the minimum of your resources. And one of the minimum resources you have, not from the ground, above ground already, is your trash. And you have to have basic technology that's here, needed, to be able to transform all that stuff that we are producing right now at the conference, From that carpet that we're using, this material here, we have to be able to transform that in some way or another. And that's the beginning of circular economy, I think.
Well, thank you for adding these points, Arthur. So because we don't have a lot of time left, there is one last question I would like to dedicate to each of you. If there is one action that we need to take for the next 12 months in order to accelerate the circular economy in Oman, what would that be from your perspective?
Okay, let's first believe that circular economy is nowadays evolving in Oman, but the foundation is there. So I believe authorities, along with heavy industrials and all type of industrials, investors, should work together to have to ensure that these which considered as operational burden transfer to valuable resources, and that will be at least the step toward a proper circular economy.
Well, yeah, I believe the fastest way to do it, potentially, would be building the demand. So to build the demand, you need to build the right specifications and standards for these various streams. I think if we have some local standards for building materials, for certain policies that incorporate percentages, this would be the fastest way to build the demand locally. Create momentum from the various industries and from various suppliers to then source materials that are actually circular. That would be the best way forward. 12 months.
Yeah. Maybe I add to Mary's point of basically government just has to say, from now on, this conference has to only build with Omani's material. Yeah. That's it.
That's what we're doing for next year.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Well, I think one of the most important, if I may also add, is changing the mindset. So I've always looked into it technically. We need laws, we need mandates, we need financial support. But I think starting with the culture and the mindset, that is also a huge supporting role.
Also, may I add one more point, is definitely need to engage the younger generations. I think at the end, all revolutions started with education. And for example, when we use AutoCAD, when we use SolidWorks, when we do engineering software, what do you first discover about that software? How do you use that? Yeah. It's all from school. So we need to start doing that.
Exactly. Well, it's all about closing the loop as well. And I would like to thank you all for your points and your discussion. And thank you to our attendees for attending this session. Thank you all. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause.
Next, we turn to the nature and specifically to a remarkable conversation story unfolding at one of Oman's most industry sites. The Raptor restaurant examines how BS Dhofar landfill has become an unexpected sanctuary for winter eagles and what that tells us about biodiversity in the context of industry operation. I joined a presentation by Jamal Al-Jabri from the Environment Society of Oman and Fatma Al-Sharji of Al-Bi'a.
Thank you so much for the introduction. This is Fatma Sharji from Bi'a, and I have with me here Jamal Jabri from Environment Society of Oman, and today we'll be going through the Raptor Restaurant projects in Thamrit landfill. This is one of the Bi'a landfills. So first of all, just to give you an overview, Oman basically is considered to be as a stronghold or as a regional stronghold for migratory and resident raptor species. Examples of these species are Egyptian vulture, lappet-faced vulture, and steppe eagles. The species that we are focusing on in today's presentation are steppe eagles. Those are considered to be scavengers. They're occasional hunters during the winter, but active hunters during the summer. Those species basically come to Oman, especially during the winter season, and they're highly concentrated in the Dhofar governorate. They used to be once they used to be one of the most common large eagles in the world, but recently they have been classified as endangered based on the International Union for Conservation of Nature Red List. They're basically facing several threats. One of these key threats are habitat loss, electrocution from the power lines, poisoning from contaminated carcasses, usually linked with the veterinary drugs that's basically used in livestock. And most importantly is food scarcity due to the reduced availability of the natural food resources. And this is basically one of the main threats that we are addressing in today's talk. These raptors are considered to be very important for the environment. They're basically nature's waste managers. Their digestive system allows them to safely consume carcasses, which helps reduce diseases and environmental health risk. And they're also essential for a healthy ecosystem. They play a key part of the global and local biodiversity and natural waste cycle. As you can see here, two pictures of steppe eagles basically feeding safely from the slaughterhouse waste sustainably at one of our Thamreit landfill. If we talk in a global context, this map you can see the global migration of steppe eagles based on the track data. So just to briefly walk you through it, the red line here represents the broader migration pattern of steppe eagle species from Western Asia to Eastern African flyway, while the blue line here basically represents the migration of steppe eagles in the autumn season from Central Asia all the way to the south, passing through the Arabian Peninsula including Oman. There have been certain individuals which have been recorded going to the northern part of Oman, but the majority of them actually are spending their winter in the Dhofar governorate. The map itself shows that Oman is not an isolated case, but instead, it's part of the broader migration pattern, which makes it relevant for international conservation in this area. As we take a closer look at the map of Oman itself, there are large numbers that have been recorded at landfill sites at different locations, but the highest have been recorded in Raisud dump site back in 2019 with 1,122 individuals. As soon as we have closed the dump site back in 2019 and we have shifted to an engineered landfill in Thamreit landfill, the steppe eagles adapted their migration pattern to basically reroute and go to Thamreit. The map here shows that the presence of the steppe eagles across different waste sites, as those sites plays a very important role for feeding those birds. So historically, the practice of waste management was about open dump sites. This actually caused environmental pollution and health risks. But for the raptors, that was a very big advantage because they had a free access area of the natural food resources. However, as soon as we transitioned to engineered landfill, which was a very positive step in terms of the improving environmental control and reducing the pollution, this was an advantage for the raptors because it had limited their access to the natural food resources at the waste disposal sites. Despite the change and the transition, if you go to Thamreit landfill, you will still basically, we continue to see the steppe eagles at the landfill. They still use them, flying around, perching, searching for food. Sometimes they would go to the landfill active dumping area, trying to find the food there. Their presence at the landfill provides an opportunity for monitoring and biodiversity research, And that's when the idea of having a raptor restaurant area in the landfill came up. So we have decided to do a pilot study in Tamreit landfill. And of course, the main objective here is to address one of the key threats, which I've highlighted in my first slide, addressing the food scarcity for migratory raptors, as well as utilizing the slaughterhouse waste in a safely manner that we receive it at our landfill and supply them as a feed source. And part of the objective here is to assess the effectiveness of having a managed feeding area within the landfill by tracking the numbers of the birds that are utilizing the feeding station and the birds that are actually using the landfill in general at specific vantage points, as well as to evaluate or assess the behavior of the steppe eagles and their feeding patterns. The pilot took place in October 2025 up to March of this year, and this is basically in alignment with the peak season of the birds wintering in Oman. The concept of the raptor restaurant is very simple. The function, as I mentioned earlier, is to have a controlled, safe feeding sites that would actually redirect those raptors from the active landfill dumping area to their designated area. So this is how the raptor restaurant looks like in the landfill. It's fenced and gated area, open from the top, for safe raptor access, so that they can access it, they can see that there is a food for them there, and it's easier for them to land and take off. Now, how this pilot study linked to the BIA sustainability objective? It basically promotes waste diversion and circularity through the transformation of the slaughterhouse waste into an environmental solution, which has also contributed to the reduction of the carbon footprint that would be from the decomposition of the slaughterhouse waste in the landfill. Additionally, this project actually aligns very well with our ESG priorities, specifically the environmental pillar, as biodiversity is one of our key material topic. And the project itself, or the pilot itself, clearly shows that there is an integration between waste management and biodiversity conservation. Furthermore, the pilot also clearly shows that landfill is not a place only for waste disposal, but it could be also a place where environmental solution can be implemented. In this pilot, we couldn't just work alone, but instead we have established a very strong and collaborative partnership model. As BIA, we act as a project owner and strategic lead. We also have our scientific lead from Environment Society of Oman that are focused into the scientific research design of the study and monitoring. In terms of site operation and maintenance, we have partnered with Omani SME based in Dhafar that are responsible for the site operation and monitoring as well. We have also partnered with the International Avian Research in terms of the scientific and technical advisor. I think I've given enough introduction about the project. Now I'll hand it over to our scientific lead, Environment Society of Oman, to walk you through the methodology of the study and the key results and insights.
Thank you, Fatima. So before moving into the project, I would like to introduce the Environment Society of Oman. The Environment Society of Oman is the first and only environmental NGO working across research and conservation, capacity building, community engagement, fundraising, and charity events and education. More importantly, we act as a bridge between science and society, between government and communities, and between the private sector and conservation. And this work with this project with BIA is an example of that collaboration in action. Now that I have introduced the Environment Society of Oman, I'll move into the methodology that was used for the Raptor restaurant pilot project. And so the methodology had four main parts. First of all, training, food provision, bird counts, and behavior monitoring. For the training, so the site operator or the observer was trained on the survey methods, also on the use, also on raptor identification and age classification, and on the use of field equipments, including the use of binoculars and spotting scope. Now moving to the food provision, the food was was supplied on a daily basis, and the site operator will monitor the quantity, the condition, and if there was any food left over at the site. Now moving to the bird counts, the counts was held twice a week from fixed vantage points covering the landfill area and the feeding station, and at each point the observer repeated the count twice and then took the higher number. To avoid double counting, the birds moving in and out of the area was considered as much as possible. Moreover, camera traps were also used to support the field observations and also to record activity and behavior at the feeding station. Here you can see the field setup and the materials that was used for the monitoring. Here first you can see the training material that was used for raptor identification and also for age classification. Oops. And then we have the forms, we have field sheets and digital form for data collection. And then the last photo shows the vantage points that was used to perform the counting. Now moving into the results here, you can see in this graph the total bird counted inside and outside the feeding station, so inside the feeding station and in the landfill area. In the x-axis, you can see the survey date, and the y-axis, the total number of birds counted. And as you can see here, we have an overall increase in the number of birds early winter, and then peaked during January, and then started to decrease by the end of the winter season. And we recorded the highest number recorded was 569. This number highlights the importance of the site for the wintering steppe eagles. Here you can see same. We have another graph showing the feeding activity inside the feeding station, and we have the same. The x-axis showed the survey date, and then the y-axis is the number of birds counted. And overall, we have observed consistent use of the feeding station by the steppe eagles, and the higher number recorded was 56 during February. We also have examined the age composition of the visiting steppe eagles, and as you can see, the sub-adults represented the highest proportion of the steppe eagles visiting, and then followed by juveniles, and then finally the adults. Here you can see how we identified the age class of the steppe eagles. As you can see, the juveniles here like have a clear white bands at the end of the flight feathers, whereas the adults, if you can see it here, have a darker body and the absence of this white bands at the end of the flight feathers. And whereas the sub-adults showed an intermediate characteristics between the two, with the white bands less prominent than the juvenile. Now moving to camera traps observations. So the camera traps gave valuable insights into how the feeding station was used, and we observed a range of behaviors including feeding, flying, perching, and terrestrial movement, and also interaction between individuals. Moreover, besides the raptors that was observed, other species was observed inside the feeding station. These species include fox, wadi dogs, and stray cats. So the presence of this species was not observed. Was observed outside of the steppe eagles' feeding time. No overlap was observed when the steppe eagles were actively using the feeding station. This confirms that the restaurant is safe for the raptors. So for the key insights, the feeding station and its surrounding the landfill area supported a high number of steppe eagles during winter. Also, regular use of the steppe eagles was confirmed with 56 individuals feeding at one time. And also the site supports a diverse age structure dominated by sub-adults. Finally, the pilot study demonstrates effective use of managed feeding for conservation and waste reduction. Based on the finding of the Raptor Restaurant pilot project, we identified several strategic recommendations for the project continuation. For the data validation and project justification, we recommend evaluate the impact of wildlife monitoring in waste management site to understand the impact of waste management site on the raptor migratory routes. Also, we recommend for integration of wildlife observation with waste management operations and to enhance the counting and observations of avian wildlife, and also to increase the counting outside of the feeding station and beyond the determined vantage point. And for the sustainable food supply, we recommend designing a sustainable supply chains for biological waste inside the feeding station in order so the feeding station can continue in a sustainable way. Moreover, we recommend expanding the monitoring to other waste sites in Oman where the steppe eagles are known to occur, including the locations that Fatma mentioned earlier. Now I will hand over to Fatma to conclude the presentation.
Thank you so much, Jamla. I think from the interesting, basically, results and key insights, the pilot study basically confirms that the potential of managing feeding site at the landfill is feasible. And it actually also clarifies that there is an opportunity to have an integrated waste management with biodiversity conservation. The results are initial, and I think it has also been highlighted by Jamla that further studies, further monitoring will be required to fully validate having the managed feeding station within the landfill. I think as we move forward, we continue to collaborate with research and conservation partners to further develop this work. I would say we come to the end of our presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Following that, Dr. Rashid Al-Yahyai, Professor of Horticulture Science at Sultan Qaboos University, will share insight on maximize economic potential of Omani planet. You're most welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. There was a slide before this one that shows myself. Yeah, there you go. The people have to see this picture. They have to, so they know. My name is Rashid, and I'm glad to see you here. I'm glad to be part of this conference. And I like myself a lot, so I take a lot of selfies. And actually, the point is to see what's behind the selfie. Most of us take selfies, at the beach, or I take selfies in deserts and mountains. So on the left we have Samhan, Jebel Samhan, and then next to it is Jebel Akhdar, and then here is Dukhum. If you know Wadi Nafoon, you will be able to probably recognize that. And here في Mhout, الوسطى, and there we have Dia, and then this one in Saham, where the new agricultural city is being built. And then here in Najd, I keep moving. Thank you. So, I've been throughout the country, especially in deserts. I like deserts and mountains, especially the barren one, where there are no trees, no birds, no animals, except myself and the rocks, basically. But if you look deep enough, you'll be able to explore a few things that I'll be telling you more about. And that's where the idea of this project came about, thanks to a collaborative project between Sultan Qaboos University and Oman LNG. Oman LNG is the biggest supporters of our research in the College of Agriculture and Marine Sciences, and they care more about sustainability and the utilization or adding value to existing resources, especially plant genetic resources in the country. That's where we align together. And we have common goals and common objectives to uplift the small, medium enterprises to the level that can actually utilize these resources that are seemingly nothing, but they are actually very rich. There you go. So this is the project we are talking about. Oman's native succulents. Succulents are all the plants that have this like water or sap when you squeeze them or you break their stems. These are the succulents. And we have plenty of those in Oman. But Oman is very rich. We have about 1,300 native plant species that are residing in our country here. Many of them are endemic. That means they exist nowhere else except in this country. What's the unique thing about why are we focusing on succulents? Because they consume less water. They contribute to CO2 sequestration, around 3 to 12 tons per hectare per year when they are developed into a cultivated crop. Obviously, we cannot cover all the 1,300 species, so we selected 6 plants for the purpose of this study, and we went into the details on what these plants are. First, let's go through our beautiful country. It's not really as bad as my selfies make it look like. There are many spots that are actually green. And if you drive throughout Oman, there are plenty of places that are actually, that's why there is 1,300 plus native plants in here that exist nowhere else. So that's Oman, and these are the green vegetation areas, including agricultural land, of course. However, we have to recognize the fact that we are in hyper-arid country. We receive less than 100 millimeters of rain per year. The temperature I don't need to tell you about. You can go outside and check it for yourself. There is nonetheless remarkable biodiversity in this country, especially focused on the northern Hajar Mountains, eastern and western Hajar Mountains, and the south in Jibal al-Faro, which are basically Samhan, al-Qara, and al-Qamar. Nonetheless, because of this includes also agricultural crops, the water resources in this country is also under extreme stress. And there's no denying that the water resources are being depleted for agricultural crops. 70% of the water resources we have in this country is primarily used for agriculture. So our joint goal, us in the college, Water Research Center at Sultan Qaboos University and Oman LNG, is to capitalize on the resources that are existing here without stressing the water resources. So we drove around to check if this is actually true, which indeed, these are photos of that plant. Especially we took one, Euphorbia larica is one of the euphorbia species that are abundant in Oman and exist throughout the country, from the north to the south, even in Msendem, but we haven't been to Msendem for the purpose of this research as of yet. But 51% of Oman flora exist in the northern Hajar Mountains, both eastern and southern, eastern and western, as well as in the far region, 58%. There's also plenty of succulents exist in the coastal and fog plateau, Jid Harasis, along the Arabian Sea shores, as well as in the central desert part of the country. These are the 6 species we selected, and some of you already know this. The most interesting one is Euphorbia larica, يسمى عسبق باللغة العربية بالعماني عسبق. And then of the 2 species, القلمي من سلاتة, as well as the Arabica. One is Dhufar and the other one is actually scattered most of the northern mountains in Oman. We also have Euphorbia, another species of Euphorbia cactus, and the local name is Amr, and this is flowering most of the year, and it produces interesting honey called Sal's honey. There are 2 more species that most of you are familiar with. Adenium obesum, أصفيد اسمه باللغة العربية والعماني بالضفاري. تصفيد. لكن العدنة هو اسمه بالعربي وموجود في اللاندسكيب. You can see this in the landscape, but we are talking about the one that's native to Oman في ظفار specifically. إذا تروح بشعث لما تشوف الإطلالة من فوق, look at the back behind you. There's plenty of adenium, obesium in the back of Shat area and even Jebel Samhan. Also, last but not least, Sakal, aloe vera. There are different species that are found in Oman, and you see them a lot in wadis, and you know the commercial benefit or industrial application of aloe vera. I don't want to go into the details, complicated science details. If you are interested, you are welcome to join my class in the university. But for today, I only remind you there's a process called photosynthesis in plants, تمثيل الضوئي, for those of you who forgot already. And that is how we talk about CO2 sequestration, and then storage, and then carbon credits, and then energy. So the whole thing is complementing the process of photosynthesis. That's where the whole thing starts. And this is how the plants actually capitalize on the abundant source of energy, better than humans, which is the solar energy, the sun. They absorb, they utilize this energy to fix CO2 from the atmosphere and give us the sweet sugar and energy and the calories that we need for our survival. Basically, that's the whole story. Almost 80% of the plants do this naturally during the day. They open their stomata, suck in CO2, there's a light, and then in this process, what happens? Because the stomata is open, stomata are little openings in the leaves, the water escapes. Okay, so that's how this whole thing, 80%. These succulents are different, and that's why we focus on them. They have followed a different pathway. They don't open their stomata during the day. It stays closed. That means they harvest the sun while maintaining water. They don't lose water in the process. And that's only about less than like 7% of the total world plants. Succulents in Oman are among them because that's how they are. Even some crops are like pineapple are part of this process. CAM is called C4, which is another process we don't have to get into. This is location specific. This is most of the plants, and this is our target plants. So they have a unique characteristics that make them absorb CO2, fix it, sequester it, without water, losing water. They still need water to survive, but they don't lose it. So another thing, characteristic of this plant is that we are all under stress. We start to cry and we start to suffer. Not plants. They actually create compounds that keep up with the stress. So certain plants, we actually force stress on them. Like we don't give them as much water as they need. We give them heat before we actually grow them in the field. That makes the plant produce certain compounds, and that's our target plants in this project, or target compounds or chemicals that are useful for industrial application. And that includes phenolics and flavonoids. Because of extensive sunlight, we have UV protection we need for that, and they produce antioxidants as part of the process, especially this plant euphorbia. Well, they also produce terpenes, saponins, and other chemical compounds in response to stress. These are all in response to drought, to heat, to UV, to salinity. Anytime you introduce stress to the plant, it produces a different chemical. And that's why these plants are happy when they are stressed, not when they are fertilized and they are watered. And there are very few people who are actually like that. This is what we have here, the analysis that we did in the laboratories in the university. Phenolics, flavonoids, and saponins are the most abundant, especially in Euphorbia larica, العسبة. تمام? We have another Euphorbia. It has less than the larica. That's why this is more distributed across Oman. Aloe vera and adenium are also there, and vijay included. Most of these have high levels of saponins that have plenty of industrial applications. I will not go into the small details, but please feel free to contact us if you need further information about the study. But we have, we already know that this requires very minimum water, usually around 1,700 to 2,000 cubic meter per hectare per year. because we did the analysis, and we think all these crops, or all these plants that are usually found in the wild are adapted to cultivate in the environment and can be a great resource for industrial chemicals. And you could see the full analysis we have for all these plants. Okay, so this is the whole story basically. We have plants that are out there in the mountains. We need to go out to the mountains, to the desert, and explore them, study them, see what pattern they do, what's good in them, did the analysis, and then come up with a method to actually use them. Not only the plants we studied, but also the whole environment around it. We collected samples wherever we went, and we found these plants, and we came back home with the full analysis. With this, we met several of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, including life on land, clean water and sanitation, climate action, of course, zero hunger, and good health and well-being. So this is the benefit of such a project. It matters a lot because land previously considered barren, like you know in El Batina and in so many other places, now can be used for cultivation. Others, where they exist with little amount of water, 80% less than normal. Also, they have other benefits like the honey, like when you have this is the Euphorbia larica. They try to hike هناك في Fanja. This is what you get to see. Of course, in the landscape, in botanical reserves like Oman Botanic Garden, it has a huge cultural heritage that is like interesting, because our ancestors or grandfathers used these plants for different medicinal purposes, not just out there for nothing. And this is basically, for those of you interested in the economics, this is how much money you're going to make once you start growing this per hectare. Unfortunately, I have only 15 minutes, so I couldn't stay longer. But these are the scale. The higher you go, of course, aloe vera is very common, and every product from shampoo to creams to everything has aloe vera in it. We strive to have our own line of products from existing Omani landscape. We also like to move the plant from the wild, like this aloe vera in the far, and you see it flowering there during the monsoon, to the greenhouse and nursery, to the landscape. And this is all in the farm, three of these pictures on the farm. So we're moving toward the goal for all of these 6 species at least. Wherever you go, you'll always find something interesting in these euphorbias. There's plenty more to study around. We did only 6. That means there is still 1,294 plants more to study. Finally, I'm sorry I'm taking a bit longer. Succulent grows on land deemed unfit for food crops. You pass by them, you don't know what they are doing and what kind of plants are those. These are turning ecological diversity into economic and ecological value. We have a project with the Environmental Authority to plant 300 million trees. That's called Grow Oman. We need to do further by capitalizing on these 300 million trees. Can, the one I told you, deliver 80% water savings. It gives you the same product, but with less water. And for those of you interested in climate change, it sequesters up to 12 tons of CO2 per hectare per year. And that is a huge contribution to Oman's net zero 2050 targets. Finally, from pharmaceuticals to honey, to ecotourism, diversity, diverse, resilient, green economy, the way to do it is with our local resources, including plant genetic resources, to actually fulfill many, not one, many of the SDGs and many of Oman Vision 2040. Again, I appreciate the support of Oman LNG, and especially Engineer Mohammed Al-Mkhaini, who is also here with us, and my colleagues and friends, who thank you all for being here. And I'm very happy to take any questions if you have any, maybe later in the session or anytime. Thank you very much for your time. Highly appreciated.
We move now from biodiversity to a boardrooms. ESG in practical bring us together for Omani leaders to discuss what actually takes to embedded sensibility into business operations, not just reporting frameworks, but real organization change. Panels list Muna Al-Mashani from OQBL, Blake Gender from Gulf Engineer, Saba Al-Subhi from Bia, and Nasser Al-Hadrami from Asyad, moderated by Yusuf Al-Rawahi of Suhar Aluminium. You most welcome to the stage.
Is it work? Okay. Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon, and welcome to our panel discussion, ESG in practice, embedding sustainability into business operation. Over the past few years, ESG has emerged from being linked to ESG disclosure and compliance into a key business enablers that drive investment, resilience, and long-term value creation. So nowadays, companies are not only expected to disclose their commitment and ESG effort, but also to show a measurable progress across their operation, supply chain, and also as part of their future expansion and strategies. So the local and global expectations are continually growing every day, and frameworks like GRI, TCFD, IFRS are also strengthening the accountability and the private and transparency as well. So today's discussion bring perspectives from different sectors. So we are lucky today we have people from logistic, industry, and also energy to hear from them, to hear from their point of view how ESE is integrated as part of their operation, what are the challenges, and also what are the opportunities that we need to unlock. So before we get started, please allow me to call on stage our esteemed panelists. And we have Mona Al-Mashani, Head of Strategy from OQBI, Blake, VP of Investor Relations from Gulf Energy, Nasser Al-Hadrami, Sustainability Specialist from Asyad Shipping, and finally Saba Subhi, ESG and Decarbonization Executives. Okay, thank you once again for joining the panel discussion, and we wish you a very fruitful discussion. And to begin our discussion, I would like to start from a broad question. First of all, what is so special about today's panel discussion is most of the panelists are youth, so they are representing the youth voices. All of them, not most of them. And what I would like to ask first is that, as you all know, that most of the companies are now publishing sustainability report, but publishing doesn't necessarily means progress and transformation. So, what is the clearest sign that we are successfully implementing ESG. I will start with you, Mona, and then we'll hand it to the rest of the team.
Thank you, Yusuf, and I'm very flattered. I don't think I am in the youth category, but I'll take it. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. What is the secret of in embedding ESG into
Yeah,
practice?
what
Eh,
indicates successful integration of
Well,
ESG at the
let's
companies?
say first, what differentiates being just compliant, disclosing disclosures, and how you transform them into business decisions. We are fortunate in Oman, having Oman 2040 vision established, which is already derived from Sustainable Development Goals. So it gives us the reference that we look at when we strategize, when we probably decide on business decisions, etc. So what differentiates the compliance is just I push in disclosures. I say what we do in terms of the end result, not looking at these end results as decisions for future changes. What differentiates OQBI is that we look into what the ESG as a strategy, as a business plan. It's already integrated into our own vision and the mission, the values that we set for our own employees to take on. That is also, and from decision making, we look into it for our own. We explore them with all other future major investments. Moving from being decision maker, we also integrate them in our own operational, I could say it's scorecard. So it is within it, and it's not just about production and financials, it's also about a lot of what we do for our in-country value, what we do for our own social responsibilities, ROI, etc. We look into also the other aspect of our own footprint and energy optimization, our counting and responsibility to count our GHG. So it's in practice when you make it your goal and when you actually assess your company against them as well. And that's what differentiates being an embedded ESG company or not.
Thank you so much, Mona. It's very, very important perspective. And now let us move from strategy to the practical implementation. I'll come back to regarding strategy. Yeah. So Nasser, coming to you. The logistics sector is facing a lot of growing pressure and supply chain trackability and climate disclosure. So, and recently ASEAN has adapted global impact disclosure framework as well. So from your expectation, and how is ASEAN dealing with that to integrate it as part of their ESG culture in the company?
All right. Thank you very much for the good introduction. And actually, that is a good question to start with. But before answering your question, I'm very glad to be among with the ESG leaders here. Of course, we might be knowing each other maybe from a long time ago, Yusuf, and away from the USA as well. Going back to your question, yes, when it comes to the sustainable development impact disclosures, it is considered as one of the big achievements by ASEAN Group, as it is the first company in Oman who is disclosing such a report, and it is the second logistics company in the region after the DP award. It was a collaboration between ASEAN Group and the JP Morgan. And actually the idea of making that report, it is not about releasing a new sustainability report or a new disclosure. It is about the understanding the real impact of the logistics and transportation sector towards Oman Vision 2040 and towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Because if you look at it, when it comes to the logistics, it touches almost everything. You are talking about the ports, terminals, shipping, infrastructure, I would say SMEs, even job creation. So it is beyond the emission disclosures. And to answer your question directly, I would say when it comes to the emission impact, it might touches all the four factors. So when it comes to if I would highlight two, I would say it is because of the global trade expectations and also the investors' expectations as well. They are pushing this shift the most. Because nowadays investors, I would say customers and even international partners, they are looking for a transparency. So where your emissions are coming from, do you disclose like scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? And so ESG should not be treated as only an emission factor. So overall, I would say the pressure is global, but the opportunity is, I would say the opportunity is so high in the region.
Thank you so much. Nasser, it is clearly that you mentioned is this type of framework is pushing into integrating ESG as part of the companies in a clear way, in a comparable way between the companies as well. Okay. Uh, we'll move now to Blake, and it is clear that energy transition is central to the ESG integration as part of the companies. So, Blake, the energy transition is accelerating globally, but industries are still balancing the reliability, affordability, and also decarbonization. So, from your perspective, what is the biggest operational challenge that companies face to integrate this part of ESG, especially into their businesses?
How about now? Can you hear me? Perfect. So cost is the obvious answer, so that's not going to be my answer. I'm going to go with the heterogeneity of operations. Now, what do I mean by that? So we're Gulf Energy. We do upstream operations. They're very chaotic. We're talking about rigs moving from place to place, frac crews moving from place to place. When you talk about decarbonization, it works best when the operations are steady state. Think of a manufacturing facility. But in upstream, it's not a steady state operation. You're moving from place to place. Every well is different. Every reservoir is different. So those are the challenges, is implementing decarbonization that can be repeated in the operations that aren't repeatable. Now, that's the bad news. You know, upstream operations, very tough to decarbonize. The good news is upstream operations account for about 10 to 20% of the carbon intensity of a barrel of oil. So when you look at the emissions from a barrel of oil, 75% is the end use, the combustion. Only 10 to 20% is the upstream operations. That being said, companies in our sector are doing things to decarbonize. Electrifying rigs, electrifying, crew trucks. These are the sorts of things. I think the bigger impact that our companies can do in the upstream is offer technologies that can help our customers decarbonize. That helps you go after the 75%, the big emissions factor when it comes to hydrocarbons.
Thank you so much, Blake, and it is obviously clear how it is challenging to move to integrate, especially this part of ESG. It is also obvious that circular economy is also a very important part of integrating ESG as part of companies. So moving to you, Saba, the question for you is that what is BIA perspective on how to effectively integrate ESG as part of the company?
Thank you so much, Yusuf. To answer your question, in many cases, most of the companies, when they start their ESG journey, they start with the sustainability reporting, which is clearly a positive step, but the real impact is to embed the ESG and sustainability into the operation and the decision making itself. So we at BIA, we start first of all to build the foundation, starting from the capacity building across all levels. We start from our board of directors, moving to our employees, in order to create that kind of ownership and accountability and also alignment between the management and the employees. After that, we also move to develop our structure framework regarding sustainability and ESG, ensuring that the sustainability and ESG treated at BIA as a strategy for the long term, not only as a standalone initiative. After we already built our strategy framework, we moved to define our priorities through risk assessment, materiality, and all the material topics, ensuring that we start from the high priority to then expand for all material topics. And these priorities later on will also shape our ongoing development of our ESG strategy, which will include initiatives, KPIs that will be cascaded into our employees and across all functions. That will ensure moving from planning to execution and accountability as well. When it's come also to the carbon management, we focused more on these topics as it is one of the most material topics for BIA. So we built our full cycle to manage carbon inside BIA, starting from the emission measurement into the decarbonization projects to move and access the carbon market.
Thank you so much, Sabam. Indeed, capacity building, one of the most important factor that would help to integrate it as part of the company culture. And that remind me with the Sahara Aluminium Company initiative, which has been conducted in 2025. We make it mandatory as part of employee KPI to have ESG training. So it helped a lot in shifting mindset and changing the behavioral aspect of the employee. Coming back to you again, Mona, long time. We talk about strategies. So what separates people who have strategies and also and public commitment from those who are really having real progress? You can have a strategy, but what make you successfully progressing across time and also achieving your milestones and goals that is set in the strategy?
Well, I can build on what Saba said. She gave us like a high level, probably implementation process in terms of the starting point. At the end of the day, when a business is established, it's established for sustainment, for a long-term vision, and that is transformed later into what we call now sustainability. We are not reinventing the wheel. Oman has already been a very sustainable nation from our own upbringing up to now. So we use renewable, I can say, molds, and our own products are also in that kind of direction. And what separates us into making walking the talk is by having it established as a part of your company DNA, I could say. It's when it is your a basis for your decisions growing further. When we look into business as an impactful both ways, what we are going to impact others and what is the impact of others on us. When we also look into the market from the vision of what if, so it goes again back to what they said, risk assessment on our impacts, etc. So how we are looked at as a company that embeds its own ESG model is by not talking about ESG no more. It's your strategy as the growth strategy, as your own shareholder return strategy. We talk about community not only about the end users or stakeholders, we talk about them as a part of the institute that we work in. And again, going back to it, it also builds on what we reference to with our own country vision as well. So it's walking the talk at the end of the day, making sure it's your KPIs, not ESG KPIs, and you have business KPIs.
Excellent. It is always important to realize your starting point and the progress, and you compare it with who you were in the past. Excellent, Mona. Thank you so much. I'll go and come back to you again, Nasser, and considering also that Asiad also following and using IFRS 1 and S2 disclosure and making it like one of the first companies in Oman who adopted this disclosure. So, from your perspective, why it is important to align with these global standards? And do you think these standards also pushing to drive real progress inside the companies?
And again, it's an achievement also by Asia Shipping Company, as again, it is the first company in Oman who is disclosing or aligning with the IFRS S1 and S2. As you might be knowing, last year in September, I think the the Financial Services Authority has faced the implementation of the IFRS S1 and S2 for the listed companies, along with the financial institutions as well in Oman. So, and that would be, I think, in 2030 for the 2029 reporting as well. So, when it comes to Asia Shipping Company is a listed company at MSX, so we do have compliance when it comes anything which is coming from the Financial Services Authority. So you have to start. Even we have enough. I wouldn't call it we have enough time, because IFRS S1 and S2 is not an easy task. So you have to start. So the idea is, even this is also from the management. My boss was here, and then he left. He always telling me just to start small, then scale it up. So that's why what we did, we are referencing whatever data we have in our company, reference it by the IFRS S1 and S2. It is not a standalone project, but at least it was a good start, though, because especially when it comes to the S2 part, it's quite a challenge for the companies, because it is related to the climate mitigation and climate-related targets. So, as I said, it is always good to start first to know the gaps and to do the gap assessment in this such alignment, because either sooner or later you have to do it. So that is the idea behind doing the IFRS S1 and S2 as well.
Excellent, Nasser. Thank you so much. This is very beneficial perspective. I'll go to you, Saba, then I will come back to you, Blake, in a minute. Saba, the second question for you is that how do you see carbon markets and carbon credit initiatives creating tangible business value for the organization, especially through emission reduction and innovation, and also new market opportunities? How is it from BIA perspective, from your experience at BIA as well?
Yeah. So at BIA, we approach emission not only as an environmental responsibility, but also as an opportunity to create value. So in 2022, we start our journey in carbon market and carbon credits. So we registered 2 of our largest landfill sites at BIA in Oman, Barka and Al Multaqa, under the Vera registry. Already we issued multiple carbon credits. Now it's amount 67,000 carbon credits from these both projects. This will enhance our commitment towards net zero by 2050, as well as reducing our carbon footprint, but at the same time linked to a revenue generation for the company itself. So we embedded this carbon market as part of the carbon management framework that I already discussed. So we integrate the carbon credits potential for future project, assess them for any potential to be registered in future. As well, we are also aligning with the IFRS S2 regarding the climate change when it comes to how we integrate these intangible assets as part of our financial statements. Now we are only focusing on carbon capturing from these both projects, but this year, inshallah, we are moving toward the next phase where we want to convert this gas into electricity. So that will enhance more our reduction in emission. At the same time, will also boost our carbon credit generation as well. So now we are achieving and shifting from seeing the emission as a liability into an opportunity to create value and also generate a revenue for the company.
Thank you so much, Saba. And I think this is the best way on how to treat ESG, is about minimizing risk and accessing to new opportunities. This is the best way, so we don't feel that the burden of regulation and so on. Okay, coming back to you, Blake. Um, from energy perspective, do you believe companies today we are moving fast, and what enablers do we need to uh, um, to speed up the decarbonization?
Yeah, the gap between the expectations and what companies are actually doing is closing. Unfortunately, I think it's for the wrong reasons. I think it's because the expectations, at least as far as the market goes, are actually relaxing in recent years. So let me just give you some data to illustrate this. When you added up the total value of all the ESG funds globally in 2018, about $20 trillion. Go forward to 2021, 2022 at the peak, that nearly tripled to 60 trillion. It's now back down to about 30 trillion. So you've had massive outflows from ESG funds within the last year, maybe 2 years. So that's why the gap between the expectations of the market and what companies are actually doing is closing, but for the wrong reason. Here in the region, actually, you see probably the most progress. And I think it comes down to what governments are requiring of their ecosystems and of their companies. Certainly the energy industry, we're seeing really good initiative as far as the governments go here in the Middle East. But look, I think the mechanism that we need is exactly what Saba was talking about. We need carbon markets. We need regulation to activate the value of those carbon markets. But first and foremost, we need those carbon markets to be aligned and be standardized. If we have voluntary carbon markets that don't talk to each other, we're not going to unlock the full value globally. So we need standardization, we need regulation, and the rest will fall into place.
Okay, thank you so much, Blake. And I think we already exceeded the time, but we started late. To wrap up the session, and I will start with you again, with you, Blake. I will close with you. What is one key practical action or takeaway that the audience can take with them today and help them to move from ESG ambitious to ESG implementation?
So measurement, number one, you need to understand your baselines. At the end of the day, reporting without assurance is just marketing. So let me say it again. Reporting without assurance is just marketing. So you need to get a reporting framework in place that also includes assurance from a reputable consulting firm or something of the like, so that these reports, they come out and they are assured and stamped. So we know for sure that what's being reported in there is concrete, correct, and accurate.
Thank you so much, Blake. Would you like to add anything, Saba, Nasser?
Just adding to what Blake, baseline, having a target, but at the same time, do it on a structured manner, step by step, starting from your high priority material topics and then expand.
Excellent, thank you so much. Now, I don't think if we have enough time, so if you have any question and you would like to share it with the audience, please, we'll take 1 or 2 questions. Please.
Thank you so much for the informative session. My question is for Blake. You've mentioned that the upstream emissions are kind of, let's say, chaotic. So how are you planning to tackle that? Plus, do you think it is a missing piece in the market right now?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So the question is, what are companies like Gulf Energy doing to attack the decarbonization in upstream or the energy sector? Considering that upstream energy is about 30%, 20 to 30% of the total carbon intensity of a barrel of oil. So at least as far as Gulf Energy goes, there are 4 focus areas. There's flare abatement, there's water recycling, there's emissions detection, which is mainly methane quantification, and then there's geothermal or heat capture, because there's a lot of waste heat in the upstream oil and gas industry that can be converted into zero emissions power. Water and minerals is the key focus in there. So the idea is we deploy technologies to desalinate water and reuse that water, and also recover valuable minerals, including lithium, which we successfully did in Saudi Arabia. These don't seem like decarbonization initiatives on the surface, but when you look in the entire value chain, if you're able to recycle water in upstream and offset your water consumption from a seawater plant, and also the transmission of that water across hundreds of kilometers of pipelines or drilling a new aquifer, that is a substantial decarbonization. So again, the idea is not to cut the emissions intensity of a barrel of oil in half. That's impossible, just given the splits, right? You have to stop combusting oil to do that. The idea is to bring the carbon intensity, down 5%, 10% increments. The good news is here in the region, you have the lowest carbon intensity oil in the world. Saudi and UAE, Oman is not far behind. So a lot of that is a lot of the progress that's been made so far.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blake. Any other question? Done? خلاص. Please join me to thank our esteemed panelists, and we hope you have a very nice and fruitful discussion soon.
Rounding out this opening block, a panel focused on building Oman ACG and a green reporting ecosystem moving from policy intent to standardized practical, with Muhannad Yahya Al-Jum'a from BIA, Isam Shibani from Asyad, and Ali Al-Ismaili from OQ, moderated by Ala Al-Habsi of OQ. Thank you, Swati.
So thank you, Assam, for joining us. So hello, everyone. My name is Ala Al-Habsi, and I am sustainability expert at OQ And today with me, we have three leaders who are actually driving sustainability and not just talking about sustainability. So the pressure is a little bit high here. So my main objective of today's session is to have an honest conversation, understanding what works, what doesn't, and what takes us to move into from policies to practice in Oman. So before starting our session, I would like to welcome our panelists with us today. We have with us Isam Shibani. Isam is a sustainability leader, serving as a VP of sustainability at Asyad Group, where he leads the development and implementation of ESG and sustainability initiatives across the group logistics and supply chain operations. We also have engineer Muhannad Al-Jum'a. Muhannad Al-Jum'a is a sustainability executive with over 20 years of international leadership experience across technology, operation, and strategic role in several countries. Muhannad Al-Jum'a is a general manager of BIA Academy at Oman Environmental Service Holding Company, where he is leading ESG and local content integration, carbon management, capacity building, and national sustainability initiatives. Lastly, we have Alia Al-Ismaili. Alia Al-Ismaili is a seasoned sustainability professional with over a decade of experience in energy sector, specialized in sustainable development, corporate sustainability, sorry. She is currently the head of sustainability at OQSOC, where she leads ESG performance, measurement and reporting, risk management, project delivery, and sustainability strategy development. So after this long introduction, I would like to start with you, Assam, and you know why. So Assam, Asyad is one of the most active companies in terms of sustainability in Oman. So for someone within the audience that doesn't know what are Asyad's projects and within sustainability, can you tell us what is one of the most projects that you are proud of in Asyad in terms of sustainability?
Of course, Nasser already before me in the previous panel, he talked more about what exactly Asyad doing or Asyad Shipping is doing. But I can tell you that we talk numbers. So people, while still talking about decarbonization, Asyad and his group have already spent $46 million on decarbonization. That people maybe don't know, we don't show it off. We already have put our mouth where it is. Maybe people spend a small amount of money, but we put big money, big value on decarbonization, and we still continuing doing that. One thing that we're also proud of, that sustainability is not an initiative, it's not a measurement we do, it's a part of our business plan every year. So every year when we put the numbers, we put the sustainability plan, this is what we're going to do next year. So it's embedded across all our businesses, across our plan. And that's where we say it is a business as usual. And when everyone congratulating us on winning sustainability award for platinum, it's this is business as usual as what for us. Exactly, because it's becoming a norm for us. We want to go we want people to challenge us, we can do more. Because of the spending, the results, the numbers, the KPI, all indicated very high. And I think because we're hitting half the curve. And that's why we're becoming very active. We don't publicize more because for many reasons, but we spend money on doing things rather than promoting things.
Very, very nice. And it's a very great example to showcase that sustainability in action, not just ambitious. So let's take a step back for a moment and talk about perceptions versus reality when it comes to ESG. So this question is for all of you. I would like to hear from a different perspective. So when people hear about ESG reporting, they often imagine a glossy document that no one reads. What makes ESG meaningful in practical rather than just compliance? So maybe we can start with you, Engineer Jamal.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. Well, a glossy document, that's a nice way of putting it. But let's think about how the whole reporting story started. Sustainability reporting has been there for quite some time. I mean, for all I can remember, it has been there since, companies started calling them financial statements, right, or financial reports. A sustainability report is simply one of these reports that entities produce on annual basis. They might have called it different names, right? But lately we've been calling it ESG reporting, sustainability reporting, in some places annual reporting. And the glossy part comes because initially most of these reports came as a response to compliance and regulations. So entities had to publish these reports, and it was a great opportunity for marketers and communication enthusiasts to utilize that platform, right, to talk about their entities. But then that was the first phase, and that's what normally most processes go through or projects go through, right? You start by practicing the thing. Muscat Stock Exchange in 2023 announced that ESG report was a voluntary initiative, and the year after it was compulsory, right? And in the first year, when they announced that it is a voluntary practice, 90% of registered companies produced it. The year after, 100%, right? Because it became a compulsory exercise, right? Now we moved on, right? Or that's what we're supposed to see, right? Entities are supposed to move on from, just practicing it as a compulsory exercise and start utilizing sustainability reports for what they are, right? They are reports to be utilized for business decisions, right? Shareholders use it to know where should they invest in, capital investment decisions. Executives use it to read numbers and build their decisions accordingly. And every function within the entity is expected to use it, utilize it in their day-to-day business decisions. Right? So once we manage to make that move from being, a marketing or a communication document into an actual business document that we base our decisions on, right? That's where we will see the value coming out of those sustainability reports.
Thank you. Isam, maybe you want to add something to that?
I think we moved away from glossy reports, where we just do it online. Sometimes we don't even announce that we publish something. We just pop into our website. You see it there. It's mainly we use it for people who want to know more about us, and we don't want to communicate. Sometimes we be selective. For example, our first report 2022, we didn't announce. It is published on the website silently. 2024, we were late for many reasons to publish it. Then it will be published without announcement and everything. It's the event like this where we announce our achievements or our things that we do, our projects, our achievement that we do. We are more focused on publishing a report is not achievement anymore. It's like a normal business again. But again, the achievement that you do, what exactly you be proud of for the one. That's what exactly you want to, people will take the first step like us. The learning from the report is important. So every year we have to do it. I'll tell you how many people now have done the report within us, because we keep changing people, now new people on board. And that's the learning curve as an organization, collecting data, analyzing data, and writing the narrative for each report. And that's exactly the learning when we do it. Once you have more people to learn, of course, use widespread the sustainability thinking, sustainability initiative around the group. And that's exactly the importance.
Interesting. Thank you, Sam. Alia, you have anything to add about that?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Ala. Yeah, building on what was said, I remember back in 2013 when I worked on my first ever sustainability report. It was more of a exercise in voluntary reporting and transparency. We have come a long way since then, and that practice had risked having sustainability be separate from the rest of the business. And the way that these reports create value is by integrating it more and more into decision making, risk management, performance monitoring processes. Governance is also a very important factor here. Having strong structures, clear accountability and ownership, and measurable targets, so that our report tells a story of how we have developed year on year, what's the progress that we have made, and we tell that story in our report rather than just reporting numbers without context. And as Engineer Mohannad mentioned, using this data to inform decisions is the most important aspect, rather than reporting for the sake of compliance or ticking a box.
Thank you very much, everyone. I totally agree with what was said. So basically, reporting or the ESG report is not just a glossy document. It's more than that. And for an organization to use it in the proper way, it's even in their rights. Like when you use it on the perfect manner, then you as an organization, you will benefit from it. It's not just a technical box. It's more into a roadmap for you as an organization on where you want to become and where do you want to reach for an organization. So, Mohannad, you are in a unique position where you assist organizations across the board. In partnership with the Center of Sustainability and Excellence, you score companies through the Oman Sustainability Index. So some companies improve their scores dramatically. Is that real progress, or is just they are getting better in the paperwork and the storytelling?
Well, I guess it's a combination of both. In reality, ESG reporting is all about transparency, right? It's all about disclosure, right? And it's disclosure of critical information, right? Data that can make stakeholders make decisions, right? Whether they're shareholders, whether they're investors, possible investors, whether it's the public, whether it's regulators, right? And the authorities within the country. Are we expecting reporting expertise to increase? Yes, absolutely. Seriously, we want you to improve reporting, right? It needs to be more informative. It needs to cut on the, all the fats on the side, right? That doesn't help with making decisions. At the same time, it should involve data that again helps make decisions, right? And what we've seen across the years with the Oman Sustainability Index is that small medium entities have made the biggest leaps, right, in terms of improvement, right? Since last year, 25 to 26, the largest increase was around 17%, right, which is huge, right, when it comes to sustainability indices, right? While in general it was around 8% for the all of the entities. So yes, there is improvement in data, there is improvement in quality, and once we see the company itself uses its own sustainability report or ESG report to gather information, to do its analysis, or even report and generate data for targeted stakeholders, that's when you realize that their ESG report is actually valuable, right? When they themselves use it rather than just advertise it, right? And I think that was a very good example by someone. He said we no longer advertise our reports, right? Because we believe that that's what we should be doing, right? And nothing against advertising your report. Some entities might not know that you're advertising your report, so if you're not doing it, please do it at the beginning. But as you progress, you'd realize that you don't need to advertise it anymore, right?
Thank you very much. So moving to Assam, Assam, you are in a highly operational and interconnected sector. So what does it take to translate sustainability goals into actions across complex logistics systems such as ports, shipping, and supply chains?
So we refer back to the annual plan. All our business units has an annual plan. We call sustainability annual plan. And that plan contains element of environment, social, and governance, and they have to comply all together on it. We are happy we see it throughout the years. In the beginning, I think we were scoring a lower on that, but again now because it's linked to the overall performance of each business unit, you see that a good improvement altogether. Even in one of the year, all the business units was scored 0 because there was no complying. So it was a good punishment for the business unit because they are not complying, but we can see that now they understand, they give a more serious, more plan, and it is embedded in everything. And then maybe it could be one department who actually is responsible in following up and updating the plan. But however, that department is also coordinating with all the departments within that business unit, and they make sure that they deliver according to their KPI. So it is embedded in the KPI, it's embedded in the performance, And all of that, including the reporting emission, reduction of emissions, environmental initiatives, when you go social, how socially they are active, do they have a budget for CSR or not, and what exactly they're going. All that is in their annual plan. All together, they have contribute to the overall plan or the overall strategy that we have, and that way exactly we show progress and show them. We also run a number of initiatives, and these initiatives touches onto, for example, shipping, where we discuss they had the highest emission, so we have a number of emissions initiatives on how we can reduce emission. That's why they are outperforming the whole business. It's embedded in our normal business. Everyone knows in the beginning of the year we put a plan. At the end of the year we submit the plan with evidence for auditors to make sure that we comply and we deliver.
Very nice, interesting. It sounds like there is a lot of collaboration and cross-functional collaboration between all the different functions within the industry. Very nice, thank you, Assam. So Alia, how can energy companies demonstrate that sustainability performance reflects real operational progress and not just improved reporting?
I think we can see or create credibility when we see sustainability actually influencing operations. And I mentioned before the importance of governance and linking performance to remuneration and benefits, as well as integrating sustainability into business practices. For example, at OQ, we have decarbonization as a criteria in our project management framework. So before any investment decision is made, we assess the impacts of those projects, environmental impact or emissions impact before taking that decision. Also, if we look at the energy sector in specific, there are lots of opportunities which are linked to showcasing improvements by linking sustainability to operational metrics. For example, that can be our emissions intensity, energy efficiency, water consumption, waste management, and so on. And tracking that, so over time, we can use those numbers to tell a story of how the improvements were made.
Thank you, Alia. That's really insightful, and how you are embedding sustainability even in the early stages of project implementation. Let's talk more openly about the foundation of all this, which is data. So what are the biggest sustainability data and measurement challenges in Oman, and how can these be addressed at a national level? Maybe first, we started already with you. Maybe we give Ali a chance now. Maybe
okay, thank you.
You will get little pressure on you.
So one of the major challenges is around consistency. And this is because we are working in different sectors. There are many reporting standards and calculation methodologies used, for example, in relation to calculating our greenhouse gas emissions. So if we want to communicate or understand our impact as a nation, it becomes difficult to consolidate all of these numbers since they're not really comparable. And an initiative is being led now by Oman Net Zero Center to communicate a unified standard and provide guidance. So we all report using the same language. We all speak in the same language. And another challenge is around data quality. Sometimes there are gaps because sustainability is still not a mainstream business, and these areas or gaps can be addressed and covered over time, especially when the companies are committed. The final point I'll make is around building the internal capabilities. So a lot of the reporting has to do with technical topics and criteria that require certain levels of expertise that we don't always have internally. So this is an area that we are working to build and cover, and it's in platforms like these where we have the opportunity to exchange our experiences and knowledge and continue engaging even when we go back to our businesses, that we can address these challenges, because they are not challenges that are sector specific. There are some challenges that are faced by all the companies that work on sustainability reporting.
Thank you, Alia. Assam, you have anything to add?
I think for us, is data is very important. There is many. There is one important reason behind it. It's a link to our ESG finance framework. So all this data what we have is linked to another framework we have, which is ESG finance framework. What does mean? That we are committed to a banks that if we perform well, then we don't pay a penalty. But if you don't pay well, or you don't perform well and based on the KPI we agree with the banks, and then we have to pay a penalty, and that's and the interest goes up higher in one of the green finance loans that we take on. So it's become very important to have right data, right information, and also because the banks they audit you as well, so they will have to audit. So the ESG finance framework works very well with our data, make sure that they are correct, and then we didn't give them all the data, but again the key important data like emissions, like social impact, and the governance requirements. So these are the ESG becoming very important for the banks with them. So anyone who can go or want to go for ESG finance framework, so you need to have right data, authenticated data, mean that with evidence, with number, and then you report on them year on year. If you fail so, then you have to pay a hefty amount of money, and that justifies spending money on right information, right tool, sometimes even collecting or having the right people collecting the data. And that's where the data is important. Although it was a challenge at the beginning, I can tell you that, it was extremely challenged and is still yet challenged with many more, where some of the data are, even as Alia says, not authenticated, not accurate quality of data. We still have that problem in some other data, but not related to the banks. And that's where we have different reasons for that.
Alhamdulillah. So you're fine, alhamdulillah.
All right, I think then I'll tackle it from a national perspective rather than from a corporate perspective. I mean, my colleagues here have covered it very well when it comes to the challenges over there. And I think here what we have is an issue with fragmented data, right? A kind of a serious issue with fragmented data, because whenever you try to reach out to get data on a specific topic, you're not even sure where should I go for that specific data. You have an entity that has been designated in the country to be the custodian of most of the data, and that's where we normally go. But then you're sometimes interested in some very specific parameters or variables that would lead you to go to the, to the source of the or the owner of the data, right? And I think that's where we're lacking today, right? We faced this so many times with trying to, extract data that can help us in planning in our some of our projects. I think, I believe investors also have that same challenge of trying to extract data that would help them make those critical investment decisions. And I think just the integration and collaboration in ensuring those are available when needed and when required, at the time required, is something that's going to be helpful to everyone at the nation level.
Definitely, definitely. So data is the most important thing in ESG. And I totally agree with all the different point of view you just mentioned. So Muhannad, from what you have seen across multiple organizations, what's the most common mistake you see when organizations try to report in sustainability?
Well, I wouldn't call it a mistake, but I would call it going through what some call the learning curve. Right. As you start with your reporting, your objective is quite different than what it is when you're mature in the reporting side. Right. As we mentioned at the beginning, it might be a compliance exercise It might be a marketing exercise, even a branding exercise for some. And from there you start progressing towards a business tool, right? It turns completely into a business tool, right? A tool that you use to make informed decisions, right? And another thing would be to not pass the right information, right? Investors or stakeholders today are not just interested in your financial results, right? They're interested in so many things that would add up to inform them whether this is a sustainable investment even, right? And looking at it also from the other side. Sometimes you as an entity, you produce a report with specific information trying to pass specific messages, right? Maybe you're having challenges with some of the regulators, right? And it's critical to pass messages to them in so many different ways, right? One of them is your sustainability report, right? Those challenges are, those reports are actually read, are supposed to be read by regulators, so they can understand the market, what's going on, and how they can overcome the challenges that the industry is facing. Right? So those are some of the challenges we've seen around.
Thank you very much. So Assam, from a logistic perspective, where is the pressure coming from? So what is driving sustainability? Is it customers' demand? Is it global trade requirement, regulations, or internal efficiency goals?
I think leave the internal efficiency because that's a given. We must do. But I think it's international demand is required. And I'll give you an example for that. We have a dry dock, and today, if you work in a dry dock, which is purely international, it's open ocean, international companies. If you don't report your scope 3, no one comes to your dry dock. That's exactly what it is. So we started reporting our scope 3 in a dry dock because it is international pressure. If you don't report your scope 3, you are being outside the market. And also because we go globally, so sometimes you need to have different standards for different countries. CSRD is not important for man, but again, sometimes you need to adapt it for your reporting mechanism. SASB was, for people maybe in Oman, it is fine. We don't need to report it because we use the GRI as a standard. But SASB, because we have international loans or green finance loans, and becoming a mandatory that we have to do. Also for our shipping lines, we have another standard. We call it Poseidon Principles. It's mainly exactly the GRI or everything. But again, for the banks who actually operate in the maritime business, we also report on that standards. It's becoming like globally. We're coming back again, even when we go to international, where we go in Europe, where a CBAM is mainly affected, or there is a requirement to report on your carbon, whatever carbon cargo you have. So you have to have a certificate on that, what exactly, how much your carbon in the certificate. There is many international pressure if you work globally. But if you work in Oman, then you just need to comply with Muscat Exchange, and that's it. But if you go globally, I think it's apply the same thing with OQ, where you have a global footprint, and you need a different standard to report to, and different pressure. It's not only the pressure. And I think that's one of the challenge. Now, Asiad Shipping, Asiad Logistics, our arms, we recently we acquire Legentia, which is an international company, where we also have exposed to their reporting lines because they operate within 50 countries around the world, and then we have seen their footprints and where are they reporting. So they have to move different reporting, different regions, different nations, and that requires reporting as well. It's mainly if you don't report from this, and then you're different. You're maybe discarded or not qualified. Similar to ISO when we started a long time ago. It's also as a commercial pressure. Today there are companies they would like to work with sustainable one. For example, delivering cargoes at a lower emission that attracts big players such as Adidas, Nike, IKEA. They want to deliver their goods at a lower emission or lower fund, and that's becoming an important commercial element. If you don't operate in a green manner, we will not hire you, or will go to someone who actually can give me the same service in a green manner. So we have a different either reporting manner or commercially, and they have to do. Then we go back to here in the region, and Forbes is like one indicator that shows that how exactly we are. In the past few years, Forbes have ranked Asyad at the 4th in terms of logistics, sustainable logistics, and that exactly add more into your marketing elements because it's Forbes is well recognized, and they will ask a lot of questions to dig into how commercially you deliver your services, and then green delivery, it is an important one for us as well.
Thank you, Assam. That's very insightful. So, Alia, in the energy sector, the economics are the decision factors. Is the business case for sustainability already visible for the energy sector, and where are you seeing the strongest value today?
I think it is becoming more and more visible, and in certain areas more than others. So, for example, if we talk about operational efficiency, this is one of the quick wins. Optimizing resources, for example, OQ RPI was able to create cost savings of $17.1 million in just 1 year by implementing energy efficiency programs. There are also lots of opportunities linked to risk management. I'll speak a bit about climate risk and the extreme weather conditions that are becoming more and more frequent in Oman compared to 10 years ago. For example, I think all of you remember the heavy rainfall that we experienced during the last Eid holiday. And that had its impact on the business, disrupted business operations. So if we plan for those eventualities and scenarios in advance, and factor in that as part of our long-term planning, we will end up reducing costs, whether it's through less disruption to the business or lowering premiums, insurance premiums. Also, as my colleagues had mentioned and other sessions had mentioned previously, sustainable finance is a great opportunity to access capital at a lower price. And all of these things are interlinked, and they're very much related to practicing sustainability and opportunities we can unlock.
Thank you, Alia. So we have talked about progress, challenges, drivers, and value. Let's zoom out a little bit one more time, I promise. This is the last question. And let's be realistic. What is the one thing that's holding Oman's sustainability ecosystem back right now? Maybe we can just have a brief from each.
Sure. I mean, if I had to pick one, I would say the gap between ambition and integration. Right? We have amazing ambitions. We have nice plans. I think we even have very clear KPIs on a national level. We have the Vision 2040 with clear KPIs on every sector. And it's our time now to fill that gap between all those plans and how to ensure implementation is done the right way and integrated the right way. Right? And instead of having silos all around the nation and individualistic, let's say, approaches. I think integration between the different sectors, between the different entities, on the common goals that we have, that would be one challenge that I believe can help us go forward.
Thank you, Assam.
I think I just second his opinion as well. And also I can tell you is also financing. For example, the decarbonization plan, we have fantastic plans in paper, but executing them require funding, require financing, and that's the big challenge we have. No one is willing to put money in their mouth. We have done that in Asyad. It was taken us very hard time, a little bit more, but we have people who believe in sustainability, and because we're going global, and that's why becoming important. But in Oman, they need to understand what's happening around the world. We shouldn't listen to Trump, but again, that we should do the right thing. And the right thing that we've been affected by climate change, climate action. So we need to deliver to whatever the science tell us, not to what exactly our mind tell us. And we need to deliver the task. So reduction in emission is important. How and what, that's required funding. And then focusing on other elements is important as well.
Thank you, Assam. Alia?
I echo both points. And so we need to accelerate the pace at which we integrate sustainability in our core business and look at the long term. Yes, the market is changing. It has changed in the recent years. There lots of regulations have been relaxed, but we need to think about the future of the upcoming generations and how we can sustain our practices in a way that creates positive impact on people and the environment.
Thank you, Alia, and thank you everyone for such an open and insightful discussion. So what's clear is that sustainability is no longer a vision in Oman. It's being actually shaped by different industries across different sectors. And the challenge now is scaling what works, learning from what doesn't, and continuing to turn ambitions into real and measurable impact. So thank you very much, our panelists for today. I don't know if anyone from the audience have any questions.
Thank you for amazing session and thank you for the panelists. Just I have a question from the government perspectives. How we can transfer those knowledge to the government perspectives report as maybe everyone knows, government don't have any sustainable report. This year actually we're working on it. Ministry of Transport they are working on it and they get. And some question they get some difficulties because some question there was categorized as companies give it to us like as a company's objectives or like a company's goal. It is different. Government, I think it's different from the company's achievement or goals or rules what they are doing. Thank you.
Okay, if I get the question correct, so we're talking about the different objectives the government entities would have.
How we can transfer those sustainable report to the government?
Okay.
The government
okay.
They don't have this culture, as I know.
Sure.
Maybe
No.
knowledge transfer.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's again, we just use different terms, right? Ministries and government entities do actual reporting. Right? They do it continuously. Right? They just don't call it sustainability reports, and they don't follow probably some of the internationally recognized disclosures or standards like GRI and so on. Right? But they do the reporting. Yes, lots of it can be confidential. Lots of it can be, presented in public. But they actually do it, and I think that takes us back to the point of entities reporting on what's interesting to them, on what kind of messages they want to pass to the government and the regulators, specifically in the government, so these can be tackled, right? And if we're talking specifically about Oman, you can see it happening all around the place now, right? You have lots of people seconded all around the different entities, right, sharing the knowledge, right, between the private sector, the government, the industry, and academia too, right? So I think it's happening. I believe it's happening. It's just need to be a bit more directed and governed to ensure that it delivers on the targets of the government entities specifically. Yeah? That answered your question, yeah?
Good afternoon. Thank you for all of your insights. In terms of communicating your ESG results to your employees, to the public, or to the government, what are some of the challenges you have in terms of communicating your successes and challenges in tackling ESG?
Okay, I'll start with that. I think we have our internal communications where we communicate to employees. It's also the final year result because it's again related to KPI. Everyone interested to see how much exactly we score end of the year, and that affected their bonus. So definitely. So if everyone don't perform well, they will definitely they will come. Okay, we should do better next year, because the KPIs in government-owned companies related to performance of their own performance, bonus sometimes, and that's where it's becoming important. So they all have to deliver to a highest notch because that's linked to the overall performance of the company, the business, the organization itself. So they know. If they know, they have to find out, because at the end of the day, if nothing go to the bank, then they will not be affected.
Yeah, can I add?
Yes, go ahead.
So, just to add on that, we're working now on communicating our sustainability commitments and also performance in a way that is more user-friendly, as opposed to having one chunky PDF file that is downloaded. Having bits of information on different platforms, whether they're internal platforms or externally on our website, on our social media, on LinkedIn, and so on, to make that information more accessible and readily available to a wider group of audience.
I think no more questions. There's one more question.
Actually, I got a question for you. So, at the beginning, when you build your system for ESG, what do you think is the biggest challenge, and how do you solve it?
System of ESG.
If we're talking about building system for reporting purposes, is that what you're talking about?
No, I mean the ESG structure for your company.
Yes.
So at the beginning, when you build the system, so what do you think the biggest challenge, and how will you solve it?
I think if we're talking the same thing here, it's what we talked about here, which is data, right? Data has always been the most challenging part, right? The availability of data, the quality of the data, and the customization of data, right? Having a data repository that is used by everyone consistently is quite an important thing. When it comes to reporting, I mean, majority of us, I believe, use a standard reporting procedure or a disclosure.
Okay, I think there's no more question. Well, yeah, we can wrap up. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ala.
We shift gears quietly, literally, into future mobility. Oman electrical vehicle transition in accelerating, and this next block examines the policy infrastructures and consumer readiness behind that shift. We start with Thuraya Al-Wahabi from MTC IT, who will outline the national e-vehicle roadmap and the policy frameworks drives obstinately. Welcome, Thuraya.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you, everyone? Thuraya Al-Wahabi with you, logistics specialist and sustainability. Today I'm going to take you in a journey for the e-mobility. Everyone, when we talk normally in any discussions about e-mobility, normally we thought to EV cars. But actually, it is not only about EV cars. It's about moving the people or passenger and goods from distance to distance through the e-mobility, through the electric car, through the smart system. And today I'm taking you through the presentation what we have it today about the ministry, what ministry is achieving. What ministry's goals, going through it. Thank you. And we'll take you to the first slide. Actually, here we're going through the challenging we're having here to adapting the sustainability is because of we having 80% of total emission as we are the second sectors, I think the second sectors in Oman for the emissions. For this, then we're moving from the challenging to adapting the smart strategy by going by step through the implementing the strategies for the EVs beyond the infrastructures even. As a ministry with all entities collaborating all together for the national target to reach by 3% by 2030. Hopefully, we reach to that target as we reach last month, we reached the car as 5,800 EV cars. By then from the national target, we're going through the ministry adapting to move everything smoothly. We have to go through the policy and incentive for implementation to can encourage people to getting through the EVs and on the EV cars. And the next slide is this is the faces, the mapping, how the ministry with all entities collaborating together for implementing to achieve the target for the net zero. We are starting from 2023 to 2024, setting the rule and regulations, which is the most important to encourage the people to getting to adopting the cars, to encouraging them. Recently, we are working, as you know, last time we're having the exemptions from the ROP, we're having the VAT even, and from the customs for the 3 years, and it is extending for the more 3 years. Recently, we are working on those 2 threes, a national EV charging map and the CPO license, as well as the regulation and standards belong to the CPO. In 2025, explaining the charging will be expanding to the target by 2027 through 350. We hope we can reach that one, collaborating with our partner in private sector. And also from that one, it will increase in Omanizations in Oman with the CPO who's working on expanding the infrastructures as well. At the end, by 2026, still we have in Oman recently or existing what we have like 160 EV cars on, 160 charging point on those small numbers, but we have in Oman till March end we have 5,500 cars, which is good KPI for us. That means the people really happy to go through the EVs. Our strategy is focusing on regulate, invest, scale, and leading all this with our partner. Here, the market transformation, as we explained it before, That's what you have it, the enablers, which is help us and helps the people to going through the our journey, and we can achieve our targets in net zero. From our groups, what we have it in Ministry of Transport, we found that is R&D. It is really most important based on the showcases in Singapore and China. When they go through any new innovations, they are going through the R&D, which is improving the EV battery. And we, as we know, the EV battery is going through big scale for improving the battery, achieving, like, for example, I think 85, which is a great achievement for the battery to be very success to can use it in the car. Here the showcases regarding, we get some information, like we have fast charging technology can now charge up to 80% to 20 to 30 minutes. And we have also the battery cost getting reduced by 85%. And the government, we having this message. The government enable an investment with the partnership. Innovators need enabler, as we giving the enablers to the community as well. And from the enablers need to the community to adopt the EVs. And our net zero team, we're having me and my team, Mazen, and Johanna as well. Any information needed from them, we have here. I show you their email, and thank you.
Next, a fireside chat on a smart transport and e-vehicle ecosystem, how clean energy, connectivity, and charging infrastructures comes together to make the shift vibes. With Sami Khalfan Ashkeli of Muwasalat and Muhammad Al-Mujani from Oman Oil Marketing Company, moderated by Iman Al-Rubai of Malak Engineer Resource.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our free chat side on smart transport and EV ecosystem. Today, electric mobility is no longer about technology. There is already a lot of vehicles and brand type in EVs entering the market already. So the real focus now is building a connected ecosystem involving first customer satisfaction in terms of EV usage and EV car confidence adoption and clean energy integration. In Oman, we are moving from pilot projects into real deployment. I'm pleased to be joined today by Sami Ashkeli, Senior Sustainability at Oman Oil Marketing Company. Hello, gentlemen. So, are we ready? Okay. So the first, أهلاً وسهلاً. The first question to you, where does Oman stand in its smart mobility transition, both in transport fleet, which is Muwasalat, and charging infrastructure with Oman Oil Marketing Company? Let's start from Muwasalat.
Thank you, Iman. So taking a closer look at the Muwasalat experience,
we have starting transition in the fleet operation from the diesel buses into the biofuel and then electrical bus as a pilot project, as well as also a promising project, inshallah, in the future for the green hydrogen cell buses. And here taking a closer look at the emission profile at Muwasalat or any public transport company. It's heavily depend on the scope 1 as a direct emission from the fuel consumption, whereas 99% of the emission come from the fuel consumption. So investing in transition, the alternative fuel will definitely reduce the carbon footprint. So regarding the electrical bus, we have started as a pilot project, and Muwasalat has launched this electrical bus back in 2024 when Muwasalat host the UITB MENA event. It's the International Association of Public Transport, and the aim was to test the bus as a operation efficiency, along with also other feasibility, just to make this transitions. So in general, the biofuel also has been started 5 years before. It's been tested, and also there is a reduction in the fuel, in the carbon footprint, as well as reduce the dependency on the diesel itself. Moving ahead, as green hydrogen cells also in the pipeline, still we didn't start, but this is overall as a fleet operation.
So currently you're only operating one electrical bus at the moment?
One electrical bus, yes.
Great, thank you so much. And from EV infrastructure perspective, Mohammed?
If we just go back to you, all of you, we've been here like for the third times now, and I think you've seen the progress of EV in regards to the number of EV car and the infrastructure. Just go back to history. When we installed the first charger, it was 11 kilowatt, and that time we didn't even have an EV car to launch that charger. But now we just have the full ecosystem, which is just Thuraya highlighted. And the ecosystem starts with the regulatory. Regulatory is there. So we have the VAT exclusion regulatory. We have the specification of the charger by ABSR. We have all regulatory bodies are ready. Also the tariff will come soon. CBO, charging point operator license. So the market is really well regulated, and it's coming to that side. If we talk about the EV itself, so from public transport, it was a good step from Muwasalat to just as a role model to try the first bus. Also, we have BYD in Oman. We have different dealers. I don't want to just mention the commercial name, but they deserve because they took the first step. Porsche and other brand who bring really EV. And this is from the dealer. We still have a gap in the supply. Infrastructure, EVO started 2017 by Oman Oil, then it became a JV 2022, where the JV we expand with 150 charging point as a public, open to public, plus the supplying charger all over the world. Also, we participate with Muwasalat to enable the charging solution for them. So this from infrastructure, I think we link the whole major road or major roads in Oman, all the way from border, all the way to Salalah. So for the third year, we have EV user driving all the way from the border, from Muscat, all the way to Salalah. So we're waiting for the regulatory to announce the tariff, the regulation of CBO. Then you will see more of development of charger to enable and customer service, where we'll come later to this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything will be clear after the CBO announcement, inshallah, and there will be no more range anxiety, bi'idhnallah. Now let's focus on muwasalat, because muwasalat, the transport or the mobility, and then we will go with Muhammad. Muhammad, you can have a rest and smile and just see. Yes. Okay. Sami Ashikeli, first question. What has been the biggest challenge in electric bus operation so far? The vehicle itself, the surrounding ecosystem such as charging, maintenance, route planning, or energy management? Highlight on the challenges.
Thank you, Iman. So before giving overview on the challenge, let me give you a statistics of muwasalat, of some statistics related to the question. So last year, for example, the kilometers run in the buses operation was over was over 20 million kilometers run for all the fleet operations. So these 20 million ton of CO2 equivalent emission يعني equivalent to 22,000 ton of CO2 equivalent emission. Now the electrical bus, when we inaugurated and launched, Muwasalat has been taking a step forward to carefully assess the following. First, the operation feasibility. You know that our buses crossing between cities across all the Sultanate from the north to the south. So we're talking about hundreds of kilometers. The range is very critical to our operation, and we don't want also the customers to wait for the charging in the middle, and also to how many extent these kilometers can reach. So the pilot study that we have for the electrical bus, the range is from 350 to 450 kilometers, and the speed reached to up to 130 kilometers per hour. Now we assess the operation, this performance also as well, talking about the battery, when the performance under the our hot climate and the high temperature. You know, during the summer, the AC drags a lot of power and electricity and make the range up to 250. So this is being tested, and also we're scaling up for the next step. The other also challenges that we have, the availability of the infrastructure, talking about the charging system. And as mentioned by Mohammed, we have collaboration with the EVO and the Roman Oil for the fast charging, and also planning our journey plan when moving from one point to another. Another also a challenge, it's not a challenge, it's just to discover more, is the range and the frequency that is very essential for the customer to take in place. So after all these assessment, also before launching the electrical bus, we have taking a step forward in line with the civil defense for the emergency preparedness as a safety measures to be met. So joint workshop has been conducted for emergency. Also for the captains who driving these buses, being trained for the emergency, you know, in case of anything. After that, we are ready. We came to a period. We are ready for the next step. So what happening currently? We are replacing the fleet, and we're taking the global percentage for this transition from 10% to 20%. So we're talking about this year in the tendering process about 8 to 10 electrical buses. Of course, this will come with the infrastructure and everything. And we have talked also with some suppliers about also the charging infrastructure in the depot, etc. So this is the challenge and also the next step, inshallah.
Thank you so much. Is the depot you have mentioned will be integrated with other renewable energy systems such as solar, or is it just will be mainly EV chargers?
So the initial step actually to go directly for the electrical charging, but this nevertheless that it will be integrated with the solar system just to make the system reliable in terms of also the future expanding. Talking about also the area that we are utilizing, talking about the public transport. Currently, we have more than 485 buses. So if we're going to replace them gradually, talking about 5 to 8 hours charging for now. So this need, of course, bigger area, need also more smart and fast charging in terms of the efficiency. This will come gradually, but of course, the renewable energy as a solar system will be in place, inshallah.
Thank you, and there is a great effort out there. All the best, inshallah. Now let's move from transport operation to fleet infrastructure, to user experience side and charging ecosystem. Mohammed Al-Majani, should Oman focus only on increasing the numbers of chargers, or should it focus more on deploying the right charging solution in the right location for different users, such as home, highways, and fleets?
Okay, when we just define the right here is depend on different factors right now. If we talk about the right location, what we have extend is to cover the 120 kilometers between the network just to cover the range anxiety. But we were not lucky in some location. This bring another another points to be also taken. Availability of grid. You need to have the nearest connection point with available grid power, because otherwise the cost will be high. You need to upgrade the power, or you need to lay a long cable, which will be expensive. So right now, what we have done is we were able to upgrade some power. We are able to select the location that is feasible, and we were success to just have this network by considering these factors. What the ministry and the committee, national committee for the EV is doing, which is great, which is really a good step in Oman, which already mentioned by Thuraya about the national EV charging map. This is a good alignment between the power supplier by the EV infrastructure as well as the customer or the user's experience. So inshallah we will have a full national EV considering the range, considering the availability of power for the future. I don't think by next year, I don't think we'll have, like for example, the EV charger in Halban. You will never see it free. You have a queue.
Is it how the range is?
The range is 180 kilowatt per
Okay.
hour, but the issue is it's the main road, so people are really queuing there.
I don't think 22 kilowatt is the right position in fuel station and malls. It's
We don't have it anymore. It's the rule is to go 180 kilowatt per hours
Great.
and above.
Mhm.
So we can call it a prime location for EV because it's like a hub now. People who charge, they can go drink coffee, eat food there. So the concept even of the forecourt, which we call it the station, is really evolving from normal fuel dispenser to integrated hub of services, including the EV.
That's good. Let's move now to the customer experience and satisfaction in EV. How in Oman Oil Marketing you evaluate this customer satisfaction in terms of EV ecosystem?
So we learned from the experience. I think Oman Oil Marketing is having the application, which is, I think, the highest number of subscriber. We crossed the 300,000. Don't quote me on the number. No. We talk about Oman Oil Marketing, which is for fuel retail. From this experience, when we have a JV of Evo, we have added, and from the first day, we added application. is not only the charger. So if you go to Evo application, which advise everyone,
Subscription of what exactly?
no, it's not a subscription yet.
Uh-huh.
What I mean is from the learning of the journey of Oman oil application as a
Yes.
fuel,
Yes.
we also think when we build Evo to have the charger with application. So application, what you give, it will give you the status, location of the charger. If you go back like 20 years ago, you are so young of this, but anyone in Oman who wants to drive to Salalah, they cannot miss one station. They have to plan their trip. Because if you miss Ghaba, it will not take you to Haima. The same now is happening. You have to plan your journey. So Evo application is helping to do that. If you are planning to go to Jabal Akhdar, you plan as well the charger. So this is the customer experience. You have an application, it shows you the status of the charger, and you can plan your journey based on that charger.
But how do you know that the customer is happy with the solution?
Can I give number? We have happy because I also approach. I'll not name.
So you are on the ground with the people.
See, people still not happy fully because they are expecting more infrastructure.
Correct.
We are expecting more incentive and regulation from the ministry.
So
but whatever now, we have the basic infrastructure. Thoraya, I don't think they are pushing me to open this. But anyway, what we need, at least from ratio-wise, if you go to the international ratio of charger compared to the number of EV, we are far high in the ratio of the infrastructure. For the customer, what we have is, yes, there is a complaint, but sometimes I need to make it this real. It's a chat, and I think the message will go. Sometimes what we're facing, we have one EV users in, let's example, I'll not quote, let's say in XY village, and he keep demanding on EV charger. That's difficult a bit now, but the new regulation coming from Ministry of Commerce also enforcing having the EV charger at the station. So it's developing. I advise you go buy EV and subscribe with Evo.
Last two questions because of the sake of time. Currently, there is different charging standards, like for the charger itself. There is GCC, GBT. Do you think Oman should move forward to GCC or GBT?
I think the specification set up by ABSR and Ministry of Commerce is Oman to go for CCS2. So CCS2, every dealers should bring a car with compatible with CCS2.
Okay.
CCS2 is one of charging. I know some of customer bringing importing from China, from America with different, but there is an adapter where adapter can work. But please, just go for CCS2 is better to also protect our charger from you not using adapter.
Okay, great. The final question is, if I wanted to buy an EV car, how I can invest on it after 5 years? Do you have any perspective on that you can share to the public about reselling the EV after long term of 5 years or?
Okay, total cost of ownership is depend on the fuel price and the operation.
That's correct.
So I think we still can afford the fuel.
So do you want to increase the fuel price?
I'm not in this position because I'm selling fuel as Oman Oil Marketing.
Yes.
But what we're doing, we are doing a lining for both. We are satisfying customers who's having EV and who's having this. But again, it's not about fuel price.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the cost of operation.
Correct.
Like most of EV car, even the price now, price of the car is drop. When we just talk about 5 years ago, it was 30% difference between the normal car and EV car. Now the the price or the cost of purchasing done. Now we go up with what? Cost of operation. Cost of operation is really a lot of people enjoying free charging since 3 years now. But anyway, it will be it will be charging. There will be a tariff, but it will not reach to the level of fuel. But this is encouraging, and it's experience. It is green. It is with the transition. but again, it's have like pros and cons. But I think I'm encouraging to go with EV to be more green. I just bought my Tesla for my son. Alhamdulillah, I get rid of 90 riyal.
That's cool. Thank you, Muhammad, for your insightful values, and also thank you for Ashikeli. Now we will have a question from the audience. Can we have a mic for him? Just one question, and then I'll be presenting. تفضل.
شكرا جزيلا. حبيبي لا. Thank you very much, Mahdi from OQ Corporate. I just had a question about this is about sustainability. What do you think in the future concerns the batteries? You know, the EV cars have radiation batteries. For example, my fuel cell battery, when it goes after 10 or 15 years as a scrap, it can be recycled. What about these batteries? They all have radiations. How the government will make a storage for them or scrap for them, or because you know you cannot bury them, you cannot keep them somewhere. So what's the plan of sustainability of these EV batteries? Thank you.
Yeah, I think all problem come with as an opportunity. I think before we were talking about plastic long time ago. Now we have a very good business for plastic recycling. For the battery, I think all EV supplier or dealer, what they will do, I think they will. There is also a second-hand market, huge market, a second-hand, a spare part. There is a yard of spare part, so recycling will be there, and also the battery waste business will really be a good business in the future. This will be a full circular economy, I think.
Assalamu alaikum. As a vision for future, EV should be cheaper than oil, as we said. And for the vision, we will use solar. So what do you think about the price in the future? It should not be even close to oil price.
Anyway, as I told you, fuel will be there. From sustainability point of view, they will. Even the government, they understand this formula and they want to get utilized of their crude rather than use it and refine it. They will utilize it for another downstream. And aligning the sustainability vision with the also government future plan, that's fully aligned. What we talk about the price, see, right now, electricity in Oman is we are enjoying the subsidy. And also, Oman is working smartly by integrating and having the energy mix of solar and gas. So right now, I think 70% of the gas we use it for power, and 30% we use it from renewable. If we flip the formula, then we will have a very affordable price of energy to EV. We will have a very affordable price for power generation, and we will have also we will utilize our gas in downstream manufacturing, downstream or exporting. So I think the planning in Oman is really well structured. All what we need is just to push more regulation, more investment, as previous colleague said. But again, even the EV by the new law of it will be. We are thinking to integrate one EV charger with solar, so it will be fully green. This is coming. The price we are enjoying now, but it will have its own impact in the future. It will be more equal. It's your choice to go, but it will be almost cheaper with a little amount. It will not be really big cheap, or like big difference between the price of EV and price of electricity.
Great. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And it was a really challenging, insightful chat. Thank you, everyone. The next session is my session. Don't leave. Yes, it is open. You can have it, but there is no cup. Yes, you can continue. Don't move. Sir.
Closing on this section, Iman Al-Rubi'i returned to the stage for a broader JCC perspective. The challenge, calibration, and consumer education still needed to unlock mobility transactions at scale.
Good afternoon again. Today I'll be discussing how the GCC is moving toward future mobility through EV markets and charging infrastructure. I'm from Amlak Energy Resources, a very strong company in EV charger infrastructure from deployment, installation, and after maintenance and after sales services. So this is based on our knowledge. The information here is based off what we have collected so far in the past 5 years. So I will briefly cover where is the GCC stand today, the major mobility milestones in GCC as a summary, and then the key EV market challenges and solutions. So as you can see from the figure, the GCC is in a major transition point, zero commitments in different countries and plans, and rapid urban growth there has been, and a big appetite for clean technology. As Mohammed as well al-Mujani said, the people are more tend to have a clean mobility in their lifestyle routine. So there is no longer a discussion about the environmental. There is now infrastructure, economic, and energy transformation. Electrification in the GCC is already showing a strong momentum. EV car adoption, as you can see, it's doubled from 2023 to 2024 in Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. And also, the satisfaction in EV adoption is increased in Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia. And there is a very awareness is growing rapidly, especially in these markets. This is a summary I had made on the GCC milestone, what has been done in the past 5 years and what will be on in the next 5 years. Over the last few years, the GCC have moved from pilot project into real deployment. Qatar, they are doing very well in buses electrification, public transport. They have a depot charging system in Lusail, which is a full buses electrification. Saudi Arabia already building charging and manufacture ecosystem. Oman is now introducing EV regulation thanks to Ministry of Transport and Communication, and also they have signed a manufacture of battery in Salalah and Duqm. So we're seeing a momentum in the EV ecosystem. UAE is accelerating charging infrastructure and expansion. There is a massive working on the infrastructure in both commercial sites and infrastructure. So now it's building green mobility ecosystem, not just announcing strategies. This is the sources that I take from, so if anyone doubting. And now let's go to the, this is already has been illustrated by Thuraya. There is a very initiative supporting EV adoption, zero VAT on EVs, registration fees is waived, and the policies help reduce the initial ownership barrier. Now, how to build the EV market? As Mohammed says last, when we're discussing EV adoption in the GCC, the challenge is no longer the technology itself. There is an advanced systems with the excellent cooling system regards the rapid speed. There is a very advanced chargers. The real challenge is market readiness and the consumer confidence. The first challenge, as you can see, affordability. So consumer are looking beyond the purchase price. They're looking about the financing accessibility, operating cost, and long-term resale value of the car. The second is the infrastructure. We need a visible, reliable, convenient charging system with a correct alignment of type of charger in each area. And the last is the trust. Many consumers still have around about battery life, summer performance, range and anxiety. And I have witnessed that when I was going on the sites, sometimes I see people, they have some anxiety about it. So it's not the technology, the main problem anymore in all the GCC, it's about the market confidence. So how to solve this? Regarding the affordability, we need to study the TCO, which is the total cost of ownership. So this includes the fuel and electricity cost. So for example, in Saudi Arabia, they have done some initiatives in terms of the price, as also his gentleman has mentioned, the price of a fuel and the price of the electricity, maintenance, charging cost, and even the resale price. The GCC fuel prices are already relatively affordable, so the financial saving from switching to EVs may initially appear smaller compared to some international markets. However, for high mileage, such as fleet, taxi, and daily commuters, the saving become much more noticeable over time. So that's about the affordability. In terms of charging models, what AMLAC see is the biggest misconception is about the EV instructional planning is assuming that one charging model can serve every user. No. Homes need residential charging with 11 to 40 kilowatt. Apartments required sharing chargers. Fleet depends on centralized depot charging. Highways need ultra-fast charging. And industrial logistics require a high-power charging hub. And it's important to highlight to the ministries and the companies that should be a regulation about the new residential developments to have are required to include an EV-ready infrastructure, whether the new home, the smart home, also the buildings. It must be required to have an EV infrastructure as a regulation, and also with that the metering system, because it is important to analyze the loading energy system in that home before analyzing the EV charger correctly. Some of the challenges I've faced, which is some of the relatives, they have some energy in their home because of that energy metering. So there should be a collaboration, ministry, NEMA, and companies to have a full solution that is happily satisfied by the consumer. Now, I wanted to give you some awareness regards EV charger, which is the biggest hidden barrier. People know EV exists, they know about the car, but still uncertain about the range, which has covered by infrastructure, the fast charging expectation. Always they keen to have a fast in all of their car. And one of them says, I put my car here and I charge it, and it doesn't give me 118 in 20 minutes. Why? This is a bad charge. And then he will have a claim. We need to understand, we need to know what an EV charger is. It's like our phones. Like, I will give you how to understand it. And of course, the summer performance, long-term battery confidence. So, what we need to understand is the state of charge paragraph. So when you connect your car to the charge, from 20% to 80% it will be faster charging and you will get more power. But after 80, the charger will be slow. Don't say, oh my God, why it is slow? Because if it is continue on a fast, then it will make a heat buildup on your battery, and that will affect your battery long term. You will have you will maintain the battery health. You will reduce the heat stress and improve long-term battery performance and extend battery lifespan. It's just like your phones. When you put it in a very high-speed charger, you will feel the heat. So the same concept with the EV chargers. And there is an advanced EV chargers that have cooling system that can help this solution. So you need to understand what is and also one thing, your car capable of what accepting of kilowatt. You need to notice my car, how much electricity she take, and also the charging power with the battery temperature and state of charge. So take a photo of this. If you wanted to buy an EV car, you need to know these standards. So don't then you feel very frustration. I don't want to buy an EV car. You need to understand the technology first. Okay, so they put hydrogen in my subject, so I need to talk about hydrogen a little bit. It's moving, but from my perspective, I see hydrogen is more effective in high logistics, heavy transport logistics and industrial mobility. And this is what I have been noticed last day with Asyad Shebani. He said that hydrogen is more good in heavy transport and logistics. And Oman is really positioned through green hydrogen ambitious. Currently, they have one project pilot in Dhaka. And lastly, the mobility transition cannot happen through technology alone. Of course, we need financings, initiatives, private-public partnerships, and cross-border collaboration. Currently, there is a really good effort from the ministries, Ministry of the Transport, Ministry of Energy. So thank you for all of them, for their high and capable people that are very passionate about changing Oman infrastructure EV. So if you're doubting about EV car, you should go for it. That's priorities just as a takeaways, accelerate infrastructure investment for both governments and design demand side initiatives. It's very important to have a demand side so you can understand, introduce a clear time-bound consumer initiatives and foster, of course, the regional partnership between Oman and other companies to have a full ecosystem that helps and improves, because we sometimes go to Dubai and Qatar by car, so we need to reduce the range and anxiety. That's all. Sustainable mobility in the GCC is not just an environmental imperative, it's an economic opportunity and generational responsibility. Thank you so much, everyone, for sitting. Shukran. Any questions? Yes, Mazen. My stall? Hello. Take my microphone.
Okay.
Okay.
So just I have one question regarding the hydrogens. You say that hydrogens we can to be efficient fuel for heavy transportation rather than the light vehicles. This is actually one of the interesting point to be raised maybe in the next future for Oman in such of the heavy mobility, but the hydrogen cost now, especially when you are talking about the heavy transportation, we are talking about hydrogen fuel cells. And the hydrogen fuel cell standards, they are using the green hydrogens, which is the purity for 99.99%. But still one of the biggest challenge in the hydrogen is the cost. The cost of the green hydrogen rises by 2.6 Omani Riyal by 1 kgs. So I think that it is efficient fuel, but it will be for, like, let's say, the medium terms of this strategy to be implemented in the heavy transportations. So my question is, what is the research and your thoughts that can be concentrated for the next 5 years?
Yeah, for regards hydrogen, I had a discussion yesterday with Hydrom regard specifically why is hydrogen is very not going on, and what we have end up is the green hydrogen technologies can be down in any time, similar to solar panels. It's not about the technology price. There is a lot of policies can control the technology price. The main concern in Oman why they don't go towards hydrogen is the end user uses of green hydrogen. There is no much end users of green hydrogen, but but I see a lot of companies, they're doing an end user things. For example, a company called Hydronova. They are an Omani company. They have developed an electrolyzer and a green hydrogen. And what they do now, they collaborating with Al Maha company to inject hydrogen to for the trucks, to make the trucks going well, something like that. So they're now doing and integrating green hydrogen end users. There isn't users like theoretically, but in Oman maybe they're not going so more. PB, why they take over the green hydrogen? It's not about also, it is not an advanced technology. I think they are going to prioritize their investment and money to something else rather than now until they find a good end users in Oman. This is what I thought about green hydrogen currently.
One of the most interesting, sufficient case studies that I think the gradual movement for green hydrogen in heavy transportation, it will be the sufficient solution for Oman. Co-consumption trucks, which is use the mixed fuel between diesel and hydrogen, the best solution currently, especially for next 5 years. Then gradually we can move for the hydrogen fuel cells.
Yes, as I mentioned, yes, that's great to mention. Thank you so much, Mazen.
Thank you.
And I would see that hydrogen more in heavy transportation and also in vehicles. In the sea, there is a lot of efforts has been done to move hydrogen also as a fuel for the sea trucks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, have another question?
Actually, it's not a question, just one point. I forgot to mention it, and I thought maybe someone will mention it.
Yeah.
Just to make clear about the charge, there is 3 types of charge: private charge, public charge, and semi-public charge.
Which is?
Semi-public charge, it belongs to like a mall and like a hotel, which is having restrictions. You're going in, you're coming out. A public, which is a public for all peoples. A private, it is for home, which is belong to authority or service officer. It's belong to them, and all regulation is to them. But the charge is the private, public, and semi-public is belong to the Ministry of Transport.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's an information to provide to the
just to make it clear for the audience.
That's great. Thank you so much, Thoraya, and I will discuss it more with you as well about the semi-public. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. This is time over. Thanks.
I don't know. Thank you. Our final block of the asked questions that often gets lost in the engine transaction conversation: who benefit and how do we make sure social investment deliver real visual impact? The first panel brings together Engineer Mohammed Al-Shanfari of the Engineer Sector Social Responsibility Development Foundation, Sultan Al-Uraibi, Al-Tawasul Instruction, and Ibrahim Al-Hinai from BP Oman, moderated by Abdul Latif Al-Ma'mari.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا في هذه الجلسة التي تحمل عنوان أثر الاستثمار الاجتماعي. سعيد جدا في هذا المساء الجميل، مساءات مسقط الجميلة دائما، ومساء أسبوع عمان للاستدامة الذي إن شاء الله نأمل أن تكون عمان من خلاله دائما مستدامة في كل مجالاتها، في طاقاتها وفي بيئتها وفي حياتها. أرحب بالزملاء الأخوة معي في هذه الجلسة: أستاذ إبراهيم الهنائي ممثلا لشركة بعمان كمدير للاستثمار الاجتماعي في عمان وقطر والكويت، وكذلك للأستاذ محمد الشنفري مدير المشاريع في المؤسسة التنموية للمسؤولية الاجتماعية ريكان، والزميل الجميل جدا الأخ سلطان العامر الرئيس التنفيذي لمعهد التواصل وتطبيق نافذ، وأول إعلامي أصم على مستوى العالم العربي. So inshallah this session it will go by Arabic, and inshallah we will try to translate some of the most important point. So you are welcoming in this session that will talk about social investment impact. So first of all أستاذ إبراهيم أهلا وسهلا فيك، وسعيدين جدا بهذا اللقاء، وراح نبدأ نتكلم شوية مثل ما يقولوا البداية بتكون معاك، ودائما في سؤال يشغل بالنا ويشغل الأخوة العاملين في القطاع وغير العاملين في القطاع، أنه لا زالت عندنا نظرة أن احنا ننظر للمسؤولية المجتمعية على أساس أنها نظرة ترف، نظرة رفاهية. لا زالت هذه النظرة نوعا ما غير واضحة بالنسبة للمتلقي للمستفيد وأيضا لبعض العاملين. فخلنا ندخل من هذا المدخل للأشخاص اللي ينظرون للمسؤولية المجتمعية على أساس أنها ترف، مو أنها هي كإمباكت، هي كأثر بشكل عام.
شكرا عبد اللطيف، ونرحب بالحضور الكريم. Although the preparation was in English, but I think suddenly Abdul Latif decided to have this session in English, but in Arabic, happy to translate later for those who's not speaking Arabic. شكرا عبد اللطيف. إذا جينا نتكلم عن هذا الجانب تحديدا بخصوص الشركات والاستثمار الاجتماعي، هي نقطة بشكل عام. ربما بعض الشركات تنظر إنه للمسؤولية الاجتماعية هي عبارة عن يعني مش تحدي، لكن كوست معين للاستثمار الاجتماعي. لكن الشركات اللي مندمجة مع المجتمع وتشتغل مع المجتمع تؤمن إنه المسؤولية الاجتماعية هي استثمار حقيقي في الإنسان، استثمار حقيقي في الشركاء اللي نعمل معاهم في الأماكن اللي نعمل فيها، أيضا استثمار ومهم للمواطنين بشكل عام في مجتمعاتنا. بشكل عام الاستثمار الاجتماعي هو استدامة للأعمال للشركات في المؤسسات وفي المجتمعات اللي يعملون فيها بشكل عام.
النقطة هي اللي أنا يمكن أحاول أمسك فيها الخيط، اللي هو الاستثمار الاجتماعي هو استثمار في المجتمعات، هو استثمار في الإنسان، هو استثمار في البيئة، من أجل أنه استدامة الموارد إلى أكبر قدر ممكن. فاليوم المسؤولية الاجتماعية هي ليست ترف، هي اليوم أصبحت شيء ملزمين فيه وشيء لازم نؤمن فيه ونعمل فيه بكافة احترافية. أستاذ محمد، انطلاقا من كلمة أستاذ إبراهيم بنروح إلى سؤال واجد مهم اليوم. كيف أولا نبارك لكم مثل ما يقولوا تدشين الهوية الجديدة للمؤسسة التنموية، وراح نطلق عليها ريكان هنا عشان يكون أسهل. كيف اليوم تساهم ريكان في توحيد الجهود؟ اليوم ما شاء الله هناك في جهود كبيرة تقام من الشركات، من مؤسسات القطاع الحكومي. كيف اليوم ريكان راح تتمكن من توحيد هذه الجهود وتعظيم الأثر من خلالها؟ خلاص روح.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا على الاستضافة. نبارك للجميع ولأنفسنا وإطلاق مؤسسة ريكان اللي هي المؤسسة التنموية للمسؤولية الاجتماعية لقطاع الطاقة تحت مظلة وزارة الطاقة والمعادن، واللي تسهم فيها 8 شركات نفطية كبيرة تدعمها بالتمويل. طبعا هنا الجهود already موجودة من سابقا في المسؤولية الاجتماعية. هنا ريكان راح توحد هذه الجهود. وأيضا نريد أذكر شيء مهم الآن، الاستثمار الاجتماعي هو مش في حجم الاستثمار أو حجم الإنفاق، هو في الاستدامة وقياس الأثر. هنا أهم نقطة مهمة اللي نحن إن شاء الله مؤسسة ريكان بتكون هذا من قيمنا، قياس الأثر اللي بيكون للمجتمع.
قياس الأثر وقياس العائد ومدى تعظيم هذه الجهود
فعلا،
بحيث أنها تؤثر وتحقق الهدف المرجو فيه من خلال المؤسسات الكبيرة العاملة في قطاع النفط. الآن بروح حق سلطان، وسؤالي حق سلطان شوية سؤال عاطفي. سلطان، أنا حاب أسألك اليوم كيف يشعر ذوي الإعاقة اتجاه برامج المسؤولية المجتمعية؟ هل هذه البرامج اليوم تعكس احتياجاتهم الحقيقية؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعيد اليوم جدا بوجودي هنا في أسبوع عمان للاستدامة. شعور جدا مميز، وأني كشخص من ذوي الإعاقة السمعية موجود بين هذه الكوكبة من الأشخاص. فيما يخص برامج المسؤولية المجتمعية، يعني البرامج اللي يتم يعني دعمها دائما تؤثر بشكل كبير في حياتنا نحن كأشخاص من ذوي الإعاقة. قبل يعني كنا نحن نحس إن في خوف، في عدم ثقة، إن نحن ما في تساوي فرص بيننا وبين فئات المجتمع المختلفة. بس هنا من هذا المنبر أنا أشكر شركة بيبي عمان على إيمانها الكبير بالمشاريع الخاصة بذوي الإعاقة، ونتائجها جدا كبيرة.
أنا حقيقة حاب أشير إلى نقطة، ليس مدحا لبيبي عمان، ولكن أنا كثير من البرامج الحلوة اللي كثير شادتنا هي أبحر بحرية. فكنت أتخيل كيف ممكن أشخاص من ذوي الإعاقة ممكن أنهم يقودوا مثل ما يقول قوارب صغيرة بأشرعة وسط البحر. فكنت يعني أحاتي السيفتي، أحاتي هذه التفاصيل. فبعد ما استمعت إلى التجربة حقيقة من الأخ إبراهيم وأيضا الأخوات، حقيقة تجربة استثنائية، وتجربة أنا حقيقة أتمنى أنها تنقل للعالم، خصوصا في هذا النوع من البرامج التخصصية وغيرها من البرامج اللي ممكن سلطان وإبراهيم أيضا يشاركونا فيها. إبراهيم، يعني امتدادا للي تفضل فيه سلطان، أنها اليوم هي تشكل يعني جزء كبير وهم ينظروا لها بتطلع. اليوم كيف ممكن نحن نبلور العمل المشترك بين مؤسسات القطاع الخاص ومؤسسات القطاع الحكومي من أجل تحقيق أثر مستدام؟ فكيف اليوم يتم العمل في هذا المنظور معاكم في شركة بيبي عمان بشكل خاص يعني؟
شكرا عبد اللطيف. ويمكن أعرج على مسألة أنه البرامج لذوي الإعاقة قبل بنتقل إلى سؤالك لاحقا. إحنا هذا نعتبره جزء أساسي من عملنا حقيقة. الاندماج والشمولية جزء أساسي من قيم شركة بيبي. وحقيقة تجربتنا مع ذوي الإعاقة بشكل عام تجربة جميلة جدا. يعني حجم الأثر والمنتج من هذه البرامج جدا جدا مميز أمانة. العمل اللي يقوموا فيه الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة عمل احترافي، عمل مميز. يعني في هاللحظة أحب أشكرهم جميع الحاضرين هنا، الأخوان والأخوات من ذوي الإعاقة السمعية. فيما يتعلق عبد اللطيف بخصوص أنه كيفية التشارك والتشاور مع المؤسسات الحكومية من أجل إنجاح برامج الاستثمار الاجتماعي، حقيقة نحن نعمل في مكان واحد بشكل عام. وفي السلطنة التعاون دائما موجود، سواء مع المؤسسات الحكومية، المؤسسات الخاصة. وأقرب مثال حقيقة الإعلان اللي تم عنه فيما يتعلق بركان. فركان جاءت لتوحد هذه الجهود. وأيضا احنا عملنا مع المؤسسات الحكومية بشكل عام. جميع برامجنا احنا نسعى أنه جميع برامجنا تكون بالتعاون مع المؤسسات الحكومية، لأن المؤسسات الحكومية هي أدرى أحيانا بالأشياء اللي يحتاجها المجتمع. ومنها أيضا نشتغل مع مؤسسات القطاع الخاص أو المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة من أجل تنفيذ برامج، من أجل يعني إغلاق الفوهة ممكن نسميها، وإغلاق الحاجز اللي موجود في هذا الجانب بحكم تكامل الأدوار. وأنا مركز على مسألة تكامل الأدوار. الجانب الحكومي أيضا مهم من مسألة البيانات، الإحصائيات. المؤسسات الخاصة والمؤسسات الصغيرة المتوسطة تقدم البرامج، والشركات الداعمة هي جزء مهم أيضا في هذا الجانب.
نحن نقدر يمكن نبلورها بين تكامل بين المشرع والمنظم، واليوم مؤسسات القطاع الخاص الكبيرة هي الممكن لهذه المشاريع والبرامج، وأيضا دور المؤسسات الصغيرة أيضا في التنفيذ. فهي الحلقة مثل ما نقول مكتملة،
حلقة متكاملة. وحقيقة مؤخرا يعني كثير من المؤسسات الحكومية بدأت تنظر بشكل كبير لمسألة المسؤولية الاجتماعية. التشريعات جالسة تصير سواء من وزارة التنمية الاجتماعية، وزارة الطاقة والمعادن، وزارة التجارة والصناعة. فهناك حقيقة كثير من الجهود جالسة تصير في الجانب الحكومي من أجل تعظيم الأثر في المسؤولية الاجتماعية بشكل عام.
ممتاز جدا، ممتاز جدا. أستاذ محمد، استطرادا لحديث إبراهيم بخصوص تكاملية الأدوار بين هذه الجهات، وأنا اليوم كشخص هنا يعني عندي توقعات عالية جدا من ركان، عندي طموح عالي جدا من هذا المؤسسة، نظير الإرث الكبير الموجود عندنا في سلطنة عمان والتجارب الناجحة بين الشركات الكبيرة. ممكن اليوم نقول سقف التوقعات هذا من مؤسسة ركان اليوم باللهجة المحلية ايش جاية تسوي؟ ايش بتسوي لنا؟ كيف بتساهم بشكل عميق وتنقلنا الى مستوى افضل شوية واكثر استدامة واثر بشكل عام يعني؟
شكرا. طبعا مؤسسة ريكان هي بدأت في 2018 كلجنة.
ارفع المايك.
كلجنة تحت مظلة وزارة الطاقة، وبدأت في مشاريع معينة تعملها، وارتووا أنه هذه اللجنة أنها تتحول لمؤسسة. فذكر معالي المهندس وزير الطاقة والمعادن في المؤتمر الصحفي الأسبوع الماضي عن حجم الإنفاق في المسؤولية الاجتماعية فيما يقارب 85 مليون
ريال عماني سنويا
الإنفاق في خلال 10 سنوات الماضية.
10 سنوات الماضية
وقد يزيد طبعا. الآن هنا ريكان أيضا بتلعب دور محوري، أنها أيضا تكون عندك معلومات أو اللي هي الداتابيس موجودة بحجم الإنفاق اللي صاير، وأيضا قياس الأثر له. وأيضا عندنا إحنا راح نقيم المشاريع أيضا في ناحية مختلفة الآن، هي اللي هو يسموه باللغة الإنجليزية السروي أو Social Return of Investment. فبتكون في قبل أيضا عمل المشروع تعمل هذا السروي، وأيضا اللي هو بعد المشروع بعد ما يتم الانتهاء منه أيضا تقييمه عشان تعرف الاستدامة والأثر اللي عليه. وهذه النتائج راح تساعدك انك كيف انت ممكن في المستقبل تعمل مشاريع مماثله. عندك مشروع قبل الاخضر اللي في قبل الاخضر اللي هو مركز تحدي عمان. فقيمه الانفاق كلفك اللي هو انك تحط ريال والعائد ماله 10 ريال ونص.
ما شاء الله.
فهذا نوع من انك انت تقيس حجم الاثر اللي بيعمله هذا المركز على المركز نفسه وعلى المواطنين اللي مقيمين حول المركز.
اوكي، يعني اللي نلخص ان اليوم ريكان جايه من أجل أن توحد الجهود. نعم. ونقول أن احنا اليوم الجهد 30 إلى 40% بمقابل 70 إلى 60% احنا ممكن نرفعها ونعظمها طبعاً. إلى نتائج. بهذا السؤال بروح إلى سلطان مرة أخرى. وسلطان، يعني سؤالي لك عميق ودقيق، هل اليوم تحس أن برامج المسؤولية المجتمعية المقدمة لفئة ذوي الإعاقة هل هي مدروسة؟ هل هي تخدم احتياجاتهم بشكل حقيقي؟
يرى سلطان أنها مناسبة جدا وتتناسب مع الاحتياج للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. يعني على سبيل المثال برنامج شارة، كان سلطان يحاول مع أكثر من جهات مختلفة أن يقنع الجهات بأهمية هذا البرنامج، وإلى أن ازدادت المشاكل والتحديات في مجتمع الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية، وصلت إلى الاكتئاب، وصلت إلى الانتحار، وصلت إلى أشياء جدا صعبة وخطيرة. كنا دائما نفكر هو بعد ما يخلص المدرسة وين يروح شخص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية، يخلص جامعة أو كلية وين يروح. كل هذه الأشياء تخلينا نفكر أن نحن كيف نسوي هذه البرامج اللي تساعد الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة إنهم تكون جودة حياتهم بشكل أفضل. وأيضا كان من ضمن المقترحات من بيبي عمان أو أفكار تطويرية إن بعد التدريب نحاول إن نوظفهم، يكون تدريب مقرون بالتوظيف ليشكل يعني نسبة أكبر من الفائدة للطرفين. فكانت هذه الإضافة من الأفكار التطويرية ساعدتنا أن نحن ننتج برنامج جدا قوي، وكان برنامج يعني الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية متحمسين له بشكل جدا كبير. المناهج مهيئة لهذه الفئة، صار تقديم البرامج من قبل أشخاص أو مدربين من نفس الفئة. هذا الشيء يضمن وصول المعلومة بشكل كامل وتام. أيضا إن هذا البرنامج يعتبر الأول من نوعه في السلطنة اللي يخدم الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية بعد التخرج من الجامعات والكليات، لأن هناك تصير فجوة ما بعد التخرج، إنه وين أنا ممكن أروح عشان أطور من مهاراتي. ما في أي مؤسسة أو جهة تحتضنه ما بعد التخرج. فكان معهد التواصل للتدريب هو الحاضن للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية ما بعد التخرج، يتدربوا، يزيد من ثقتهم بنفسهم. الحمد لله 40 شخص تخرجوا من هذا البرنامج. الحمد لله 10 منهم توظفوا من هذا ال40. وحاليا النسخة الثانية، والحمد لله اليوم حصل واحد من الأشخاص من النسخة الثانية على وظيفة، الحمد لله. واليوم ونحن بادين النسخة الثانية وعلى مشارف إنها تخلص من نسخة الشارة رقم 2. أكيد لها احتياج وأثر مستدام.
أنا بس إذا تسمح لي أستاذ إبراهيم، أتمنى من أهم مخرج من هذا السيشن أنه نستفيد من تجربة بي عمان في هذا النوع من البرامج، ونكثف البرامج المخصصة من ذوي الإعاقة، ونكثف العمل بالذات مع سلطان من أجل إيجاد أفكار معينة. وأتمنى أيضا ما نقول تخصيص، إيجاد مساحة أيضا من خلال ريكان إلى توجيه نوع من البرامج التخصصية في هذا الجانب، لأن حقيقة ما نسمع الآن من سلطان حقيقة شيء يدعو للفخر، وشيء يدعو أن اليوم إحنا ننظر شوية من زاوية مختلفة، وأن هؤلاء الأشخاص عندهم القدرة وعندهم المهارات، وبس محتاجين الطريقة اللي ممكن تناسبهم للخروج بأفضل المخرجات. سؤال إلى إبراهيم، يعني تطرق الأستاذ محمد موضوع الإسروي قياس العائد. ليش اليوم مهم أصبح قياس العائد للمؤسسات العاملة في القطاع؟ ليش أنا اليوم ملزم أني أعمل قياس؟ إيش الفائدة من هذا القياس بشكل عام؟
شكرا عبد اللطيف. خلينا نكون صريحين شوي. يعني أحيانا الإدارات العليا دائما يعني تنظر للأرقام. أتفق في مسألة المسؤولية الاجتماعية والاستثمار الاجتماعي هو شيء للمجتمع، لكن في الأخير كإدارات عليا وحتى مختصين في جانب المسؤولية الاجتماعية يحتاجوا يشوفوا أرقام أكثر يعني، وهذا هو المفروض الواجب مثله مثل أي استثمار آخر. يعني إذا هو استثمار اجتماعي أكيد في عائد معين، فوجود هذه الدراسات، دراسات العائد على الاستثمار الاجتماعي مهم جدا جزئين ممكن أنا أفندهم. جزء مختص فيما يتعلق بالإدارات بشكل عام، وجزء آخر أيضا مختص بالبرنامج نفسه وتعظيم الأثر من البرنامج. الإدارات يعطيهم أريحية في مسألة اتخاذ القرار، يعطيهم أريحية أنه بالفعل هذا البرنامج هو مهم. طبعا في جزئين اللي هو البريس ROI أو لو قياس العائد على الاستثمار الاجتماعي قبل البرنامج، وقياس العائد على الاستثمار الاجتماعي بعد البرنامج. الجانب الآخر مثل ما ذكرت أيضا هذا التقرير أو قياس العائد على الاستثمار الاجتماعي يعطي نظرة عامة حول البرنامج، إيش هي نقاط الضعف، إيش هي نقاط القوة، كيف ممكن نعدل من هذه البرامج من أجل أنه تعظيم الأثر، تعظيم الفائدة. فهو يخدم المجتمع ويخدم المؤسسة اللي تعمل، ويخدم أيضا الإدارات العليا من أجل سرعة اتخاذ القرار وأيضا الموثوقية في اتخاذ القرار.
إذا اليوم الإسروي هو أصبح ضرورة من أجل تحسين القرار، من أجل قياس العائد، وليس من أجل أني أنا سويت إسروي يشوفوني.
أبدا. هو مرة أخرى أنا ودائما أركز على الجانب، إحنا تقريبا وليس فخرا يعني من أوائل الشركات اللي عملنا على مسألة العائد على الاستثمار الاجتماعي، ولدينا مختصين أيضا متخصصين في مسألة العائد على الاستثمار الاجتماعي. هو ساعدنا بشكل كبير في مسألة تعديل بعض البرامج من أجل تعظيم الأثر، فهو هذا مهم أيضا. ربما يكون الانتنشن أو في البداية إنه من أجل اتخاذ القرار ومساعدة في اتخاذ القرار، لكن في النهاية راح إنه تند أب إنه تساعد في تعديل البرامج من أجل تعظيم الأثر.
أنا بعد بضيف، أنتم مش فقط بدأتوا، أنتم ساهمتوا في إنشاء شركات عمانية متخصصة في هذا الجانب في الإسروي، وأيضا بنيتوا القدرات لكثير من الشباب في هذا القطاع. سؤالي للأستاذ محمد شوية، اسمح لي أستاذ محمد باخذ راحتي في السؤال معاك، لأني أنا شخص واجد أنظر لركان شيء كبير. اليوم عندنا الكثير من المبادرات التي تحدث، إن كانت مبادرات مؤسسية، مبادرات فردية، مبادرات طالعة من شركات، من طلاب، من أشخاص موجودين في قرية معينة. هل اليوم المؤسسة التنموية بيكون عندها توجه، أنا أسميه دائما لاكتشاف هذا النوع من المبادرات؟ لأن ما شاء الله في عندنا كثير مبادرات احنا بعض الأحيان ما نعرفها، أو بعض الأحيان ما نسمعها، أو بعض الأحيان هذه المبادرات ما تجد، ما نقول الدعم، ما واجد المسار الصحيح اللي ممكن تمشي فيه. هل بيكون للمؤسسة التنموية دور في هذا النوع في احتواء بعض المبادرات وتحويلها إلى برامج وطنية متكاملة بشكل عام؟
بخصوص مؤسسة ريكان، نعم، هذا النوع من المبادرات طبعا نحن أقل شيء نسويه إنه نوجههم توجيه وين الطريقة الأسلم لتقديم هذه المبادرات. لكن نحن أيضا من طرفنا لابد أن نفهم احتياجات المجتمع، وأيضا توجيههم في تقديم طلباتهم. وأيضا كمؤسسة ريكان نحن نشتغل بالشراكات، فنشتغل الشراكات اللي نشتغل فيها هي مع المحافظات، بما أنه الآن المحافظات صارت لا مركزية وعندهم أيضا مخصصات مالية معينة في الاستثمار الاجتماعي وأيضا في عمل مشاريع معينة، ندخل بشراكات معهم. فمثل الأمثلة لما كنا في قبل المؤسسة كنا لجنة مشروع عندك حديقة عبري بالشراكة مع
صح.
مع محافظة الظاهرة، وأيضا عندك مشروع مركز مسدم للابتكار والثقافة أيضا بالشراكة. فالفهم احتياجات المواطن أو المجتمع وتوجيهه أنه أي ابتكار أو أي فكرة أو احتياجات يشرك فيها المحافظة أو الوالي، ومن هنا نحن ندخل بشراكات معهم مباشرة.
ممتاز.
فتكون هي مشاريع يعني مثل يقول لك المشروع الفلاج شيب الكبير الضخم اللي يخدم المجتمع ويكون له استدامة. بغض النظر عن انه كل واحد يجي يقدم لك طلب وهنا طلب وهنا طلب، هذا يصير فراغمنتد متبعثر. احنا نحاول ناخذ المشاريع المهمة اللي تخدم المجتمع مباشرة، ايضا واعطاء الفرص بالتعادل.
نعم. إذا الدور والتطلع هذا موجود. نعم. من خلال توحيد مثلا من القيم الأساسية اللي هي توحيد الجهود، وحتى الأخذ بالأيدي المبادرات اللي ممكن تتكامل مع المبادرات والمشاريع الكبيرة. أروح لسلطان، وسؤالي لسلطان يظن أن سبحان الله يوم سلطان وايد داخل عنده في التفاصيل، لأن كثير يهمني وأعتقد يهم المستمعين والحضور أن نفهم هم من ذوي الإعاقة كيف يتقبلوا هذا النوع من البرامج. سلطان، إيش هي المؤشرات الحقيقية اللي تثبت أن اليوم هذا المشروع اللي في المسؤولية الاجتماعية الذي نفذ لذوي الإعاقة حقق النجاح؟ إيش هي مؤشرات الأداء اللي تقيسونها؟ هل هي فقط المشاركة؟ هل في جانب نفسي معين؟ هل في تطور يخص المهارات وقدرات الشخص؟
سؤال جدا مهم. في البداية كنا دائما نفكر أن التحديات اللي يواجهها الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة ممكن أن حلولها تكون بسيطة، بس بعد ما نوجد الحلول ونحاول ننفذها هنا تطلع لنا تحديات ونحس أن لا، المهمة جدا عظيمة وكبيرة، وأن الفريق جالس يكبر، وأن هذه المخرجات مختلفة. أوكي، بعد ما يتخرج هذا الشخص من ذوي الإعاقة السمعية من البرنامج وين بيروح؟ فكأنها هي أمانة أو مسؤولية علينا نحن كمقدمي برنامج أن نحاول نوجد حلول لأشياء قاسة تطلع لنا ما كنا حاطينها في الحسبان. فهذه الأمور هذه الأمور المختلفة. يعني أول شيء نحن لما نشوف الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية كيف متحمسين إنه يكملوا البرنامج، يقول لك أنا 8 شهور ما يسدني، ممكن تعطيني 2 زيادة. فهذه الكلمات اللي نسمعها من المتدربين من ذوي الإعاقة السمعية تدل على أنهم مستفيدين جدا من البرنامج. حتى أول ما يتخرجوا بعد 8 شهور من البرنامج تحسهم حزينين إن نحن يلا بنرجع إلى منطقة الراحة، وإن نحن من وين بنستقل معلومة كنا يعني ماخذين المعهد مقر حالنا. أيضا من مميزات أنه يكون يعني الداعم للبرامج بي أنه يكون في شركة تتابع أعمالك وتوجهك بطريقة ممتازة، وأنه يعني على سبيل المثال شركة الوجهة كانت مع معهد التواصل للتدريب. فهذه الشركة يعني ساعدتنا بشكل كبير أن نحن نقيم هذا البرنامج، يعني خفف علينا عبء جدا كبير، وخلانا نحن أن نقدم برنامج بكفاءة جدا عالية، وكانت نتائج جدا قوية. فأنا أتمنى صراحة من كل الشركات أنه تحذو حذو بي عمان في هذه السياسة، ما يكون في دعم وخلاص ان انت تسوي البرنامج وخلاص، لا، يكون في متابعة عشان نضمن ان المخرجات تكون جدا ممتازة. ايضا ردود الفعل من الجهات الحكومية والخاصة كان له اثر كبير.
سلطان، احنا تعولنا عليك كبير ان شاء الله في موضوع ذوي الإعاقة ونقل هذه التجربة حقيقة، واتمنى انها تكتب يتم يعني تدوينها ونقلها بشكل كبير جدا إن شاء الله. أنا الجماعة قالوا لي عندك 5 دقائق، مع أن احنا وقتنا باقيات عندنا 11 دقيقة لكن راح أحاول في هذا ال5 دقائق، احنا واصلين خلاص المحور الأخير. إبراهيم، كيف ترى مستقبل الاستثمار الاجتماعي في سلطنة عمان بعد ما شاء الله ما تحقق من منجزات وإرث كبير على أرض الواقع؟ كيف ترى مستقبل الاستثمار الاجتماعي عندنا في سلطنة عمان؟
قبل بعرج على نقطة ذكرها سلطان في مسألة ذوي الإعاقة. حقيقة يمكن الأسبوع الماضي احنا تشرفنا بسيدة الجليلة وهي تستخدم لغة الإشارة. وهذا دليل يعني فاهم علي، دليل على أهمية لغة الإشارة، على أهمية انتشار لغة الإشارة، إنه يأتي من يعني من القيادة الحكيمة استخدام لغة الإشارة مع ذوي الإعاقة السمعية. هذا يعطي يعني دفعة كبيرة لذوي الإعاقة السمعية، للمؤسسات بشكل عام للعمل في هذا الجانب تحديدا. وهذا من ابسط الحقوق ممكن نقولها. اذا جينا نتكلم على مساله مستقبل المسؤوليه المجتمعيه في عمان، المستقبل دائما نقول امامنا، والحمد لله رب العالمين. احنا ربما 11 سنه في المجال، اكاد نشوف يعني التغيرات اللي صارت من 2015 الان تغيرات كبيره. لما تشوف التشريع جالس والتنظيم يتطور من مساله فقط انه التزام معين او الزام معين. وذكرته في البدايه عبد اللطيف مساله انه كانه اجبار للشركات، انا ما اشوفها اجبار بقدر ما هو جزء اساسي من اعمال هذه المؤسسات والشركات للمستقبل بشكل عام. فالمستقبل امامنا، الممكنات موجوده، يبقى أهمية التشارك، أهمية التعاون والشراكة، ودائما الاستماع إلى الآراء. الاستماع إلى الآراء مهم. فالمستقبل أمامنا بوجود التمكين سواء من الجهات الحكومية أو أيضا العمل المشترك مع القطاع الخاص والمؤسسات المجتمع المدني بشكل عام.
الشراكة والتمكين هم اللي بيحققوا المستقبل المميز لموضوع الاستثمار الاجتماعي. أستاذ محمد، بما أنك كما يقال الآن في الغرف اللي فيها كبرى اللاعبين في هذا القطاع، إيش تشوف الفرص لتطوير منظومة الاستثمار الاجتماعي في سلطنة عمان؟ الفرص المستقبلية اللي ممكن نمكن فيها ونطور المنظومة بشكل عام.
الفرص كثيرة، وأهمها هو تمكين الشباب طبعا. ومثلا اليوم نحن يعني في جناح الوزارة يجونا شباب كثير بأفكار معينة، ما كان ناقصهم غير التوجيه، وإيش تسوي أول خطوة وإيش ثاني خطوة. فلما تيجي توجههم تحس في نظرتهم الانبهار إنه فعلا هذا اللي أنا أريده.
يا سلام.
هو توجيه وتمكين الشباب هو أهم حاجة.
صحيح.
هم شباب الغد إن شاء الله. والشراكات اليوم وقعنا مذكرات تعاون
ما شاء الله
ركان مع شركة LNG عمان الغاز الطبيعي، وأيضا جسور، وأيضا أوبال، مذكرات تعاون أيضا للاستفادة.
صحيح.
والتعاون في شراكات قد تكون ممكن شراكات في المستقبل في عمل المسؤولية الاجتماعية، وأيضا في قياس الأثر، الأساليب اللي يستخدموها وكيف ممكن نطورها. نحن كركان عندنا 3 رولز أو اللي هي ركائن اللي نحن نستخدمها، اللي هو الأوركستريت أو التنسيق ما بين شركات الطاقة في عمل المؤسسي المسؤولية الاجتماعية، وأيضا عمل نحن كمشاريعنا اللي هو الاكسكيوشن، عمل المشاريع، وأيضا الاستثمار. في جانب الاستثمار أيضا نضمن عائد استثماري للمؤسسة للاستمرارية.
ممتاز جدا.
فتمكين الشباب، الشراكات الهادفة، هذه الأشياء المهمة اللي نحن إن شاء الله نعول عليها بإذن الله.
إذا نحن نقول ركان اليوم جاية إن شاء الله تعزز المنظومة
طبعا،
وتقودها إلى مراحل أفضل من العمل المكثف، إضافة إلى النتائج الأعظم والأكبر بإذن الله تعالى.
بجهودكم إن شاء الله ودعواتكم
بإذن الله تعالى. إذا سؤالي الأخير وسؤال شوية كثير مهم لسلطان. اليوم سلطان شل النجومية عنا كلنا صراحة. سؤالي لسلطان: كيف يمكن أن تصبح برامج ذوي الإعاقة جزءا أساسيا من خطط الشركات في برامج المسؤولية الاجتماعية؟ اليوم أنا عندي 3 برامج، خلاص هذا سنويا أنا عندي التزام حال برامج لذوي الإعاقة. كيف ممكن اليوم نحن نخلي هذا الشيء يحدث سلطان من خلال تجاربك السابقة؟
الحمد لله. جلالة السلطان الله يحفظه، القوانين والتشريعات اللي أصدرها، ومؤخرا قانون حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة رقم 92 على 2025 فيه بنود ومواد جدا واضحة فيما يخص الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة والتمكين والتعليم في شتى المجالات المختلفة. فنحن المقترحات اللي نقدمها ما هي إلا تنفيذ للتشريعات التي تشرعها الحكومة. وأيضا هنالك اتفاقيات وقعت عليها السلطنة مع حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة عالميا، والعديد من التشريعات المساندة والمساهمة في هذا الأمر. أيضا ريادة الأعمال والتوجه العالمي لريادة الأعمال، هذه ريادة الأعمال جدا مهمة، وهي أيضا نشجع الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة عليها. كان في السابق يعني الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة يخافوا جدا أنهم يروحوا هذا المسار، بس اليوم الحمد لله الثقافة أفضل، ومع وجود الدعم ومختلف هذه الأمور تساعد على التشجيع والتحفيز. أيضا أن السلطنة تحذو حذوها عدة دول. يعني أمس سلطان جاء اتصال من دولة الإمارات أن متصلين به إذا ممكن تعطينا مقترح كامل لتنفيذ الدورة عالمية أو يعني ملتقى عالمي للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في تستضيف دولة الإمارات، ويكون بتنفيذ من سلطنة عمان. فالبرامج والنجاحات اللي حققتها السلطنة في دعمها الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، اليوم الدول الأخرى تستفيد من هذه الخبرات. هذا الشيء حافز وداعم إن نحن ما نوقف، إن نحن ممكن نكمل، وهذه المشاريع نحن نسعى أن نساعد بها السلطنة والوطن، ويكون يعني أيضا هناك نتائج جدا كبيرة. مثلا اليوم معنا أول إعلامية على مستوى الوطن العربي أستاذة شيماء الحسني، هذه نتائج أيضا من تلفزيون سلطنة عمان. أيوة، وأيضا المخرجات برنامج وصلة 21 شخص يتدرب على ترجمة لغة الإشارة عشان يخدموا أكثر من 17,000 أصم اليوم في السلطنة. يعني هذه الأعداد والإحصائيات تخلي أن البرامج هذه دائما مستدامة، وأن ممكن أن صعب نقطعها، جدا صعب، خاصة أن بديناها والدول الأخرى تحتذي بها. مثلا شركة بيبي عمان مساهمة بشكل جدا كبير في هذا الموضوع، وخططها دائما للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة موجودة فيها. فهنا أكرر شكري لشركة بيبي عمان.
بطل يا سلطان. عاد كيف احنا نقول له باللهجة المحلية؟ نقول له وحش. عاد كيف بتقولي له انت بلغة الإشارة؟ كيف بتقول له؟ يعطيك العافية سلطان. قبل ما أختم بس استسمحك عذرا، أستاذ ناصر بيسأل عاد قولوا لهم وحوش ورائعين كيف، ما أعرف وصلوا لهم المشاعر.
خلف حضور من الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية.
يعطيكم العافية شباب. زين، الآن بننتقل أستاذ ناصر. في مايك ولا أعطي أستاذ ناصر المايك؟ أنا أستاذ ناصر ولا حتى أنا بستريح أستاذ بتعطيك الأستاذة. أستاذ ناصر من الشخصيات الضليعة في مجال الاستثمار الاجتماعي والاستدامة. تفضل أستاذي.
السلام عليكم. شكرا على هذه الجلسة الرائعة. بس بعض الملاحظات. أتمنى أنه يعني شوية ننتقل من المسؤولية الاجتماعية إلى الاستثمار، ومن الاستثمار إلى الابتكار. يعني شوية ندخل في الابتكار الاجتماعي. بمعنى الأخ سلطان جزاه الله خير ذكر معلومة مهمة، شيء مهم جدا، قضية ريادة الأعمال. وإذا دخلنا في الابتكار الاجتماعي فريادة الأعمال في صلبها. زين، الآن العالم ما يتحدث بلغة المسؤولية الاجتماعية، خلاص يسموه ابتكار اجتماعي، ويقول لك عندك 5 خصائص للمسؤولية الاجتماعية الحديثة، مثل ما يسميها واين فايزر في المؤتمر العالمي اللي كان في الرياض قبل 2 سنين. أول شيء الابتكار، بعدين سكيلابيليتي إنه ممكن ينمو ويتوسع. الشيء الثالث إنه يكون متجاوب، مع كل القطاعات، مع كل الفئات في المجتمع. الشيء الرابع انه يكون جلوكال يسموه، تبدا يعني تفكر عالميا بس تبدا محليا. والشيء الاخير الاقتصاد الدائري، والاقتصاد الدائري يعني مختصر المخلفات ثروات. فنحن استثمرنا هذا الشيء.
دي 3 دقائق.
ايوه اوصل للاخير.
أوكي.
كنت اتمنى مثل هذا الملتقى نطبق فيه الابتكار، بمعنى كل الفئات موجوده، شركات قطاع خاص، حكومي، افراد، جمعيات، قطاع غير ربحي. كنا بنطلع باشياء، يعني الشراكات لما نتكلم لازم نحولها الى تطبيق. لما نقول شراكه، تشابك، تشاور، هذه يسموها تنميه راس المال الاجتماعي. محمد يونس نقل 9 ملايين امرأة بنغالية من خط الفقر لما سوى التشابك وتنمية رأس الاجتماعي بشكل بسيط جدا. إنه كل 5 مقترضات من المزارعات اللي هن أميات، وكان يشترط لما يكونوا من نفس العائلة يجتمعن كل شهر مرتين. هذه سوى 180 درجة نقلة. وأيضا في فرنسا، خلوني أختم بهذه، 3.2 مليون من الشباب المشرد والمهمش، زين، سووا لهم برنامج وطني، زين. وكان طريقة عمل خارطة الطريق انهم كانوا يستهدفوا المؤتمرات اللي ما لها علاقة، مؤتمر تقني ويناقشوا قضية مجتمعية، مؤتمر عن رواد الأعمال وناقشوا فيه قضية وطنية، لحد ما توصلوا إلى مشروع وطني. فأتمنى مثل هذه الملتقيات ما نضيع مثل هذه الفرصة. أحسنتم.
بإذن الله أستاذ ناصر، بارك الله فيك. أعتقد بختم إبراهيم إذا بتضيف شيء قبل الختام.
شكرا عبد اللطيف، واعتقد شكرا استاذ ناصر، ضليع في المسؤوليه الاجتماعيه، ودائما نقرا يعني مقالاتك اللي ترسلها اسبوعيا، فشكرا لك على دائما على الاضافات واللي تعملها في مجال الاستثمار الاجتماعي او الابتكار. ربما المسميات تكون متشابهه، لكن انا اؤمن دائما في كثير من المؤسسات ربما الاشياء اللي ذكرتها موجوده بشكل او باخر، ربما المسميات تختلف يعني. فشكرا لكم جميعا على حضوركم. those who speak speak English, I can sit with you and brief you on the session overall. Thank you all.
يعطيك العافية إبراهيم. أستاذ محمد وسلطان، كلمة أخيرة عشان قبل الختام نعتذر منكم. تفضل أستاذ.
جزاك الله خير أستاذ ناصر. من قيمنا نحن في ريكان هو الابتكار والمعرفة، فبيكون إن شاء الله له جانب أساسي بإذن الله. شكرا لك على الإضافة الطيبة والبطرية.
بارك الله فيك. أنا بقع الختام عند سلطان، بس أتمنى ما يطول ويعطينا مشاعر الحلوة تو. سلطان الختام عندك. خلاص أنت اليوم النجم، أنت نجم الأمسية.
يقول لنا يأمل أن يكون أشخاص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية اليوم وبكرة أن جميع البيئة تكون مهيئة لهم، وين ما يروح الشخص ذوي الإعاقة السمعية تكون البيئة مهيئة له. وأيضا في التعليم أنه إن شاء الله يوصل أن يدرس حتى الدكتوراه وما تكون صعب عليه.
بارك الله فيكم، شكرا جزيلا. شكرا أستاذة. we take only 2 minutes extra. شكرا، يعطيكم العافية جميعا. أحسنتم، صفقوا لنا لا شوية، استاهل. أحسنتم.
شكرا لكم جميعا على هذا الإطراء. راح نستمر. And we close day 2 with the section Facility by EY Oman on building sustainability business ecosystem in Oman, exploring green taxonomy, sustainability, finance and the path forward, the environment Oman low carbon economy with Mirhin Ash, Hussein Ali, Fatma Al-Harthi and Kizan Johnson, moderated by Imaid Bahtag. They're most welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amit Bhatnagar. I work as a tax partner with EY Muscat. And today we're going to talk about taxes. It's been a long day. I hope we don't put you to sleep. But when we look at Oman's Vision 2040, there is a lot of emphasis on sustainability and fiscal diversification. Now, when we talk about fiscal diversification, tax becomes an important thing because tax is an important source of revenue for the government. In fact, what we have seen is in the last 10 years, there has been a lot of movement in the landscape of taxes. A lot of new taxes have been introduced in Oman, and the revenue of Oman, the government of Oman, 12% of the total revenue of the government of Oman now comes from taxes. So over the last 10 years or so, we've seen introduction of VAT, introduction of what is called e-invoicing that will happen shortly. We've seen introduction of BEPS Pillar 2, country-by-country reporting, alignment with international tax standards effectively by the government of Oman. We will also shortly see the introduction of personal income tax. So how does it link with sustainability? Sustainability projects are long-term projects, capital-intensive projects, which involve a lot of cross-border transactions, cross-border flows. And this is something which is in the focus of the tax authority. The tax authority has been looking at cross-border transactions quite closely. So tax is no longer, I would say, just compliance. It is something which is looked at in the boardrooms. Managing effective tax rates is important for all the capital-intensive projects, and therefore it is important to look at tax from a holistic perspective, from a financial risk management perspective, and also from the perspective that it will be an important part of your project financing. So our discussion today will focus on how companies with such capital-intensive projects should kind of look at this evolving landscape of Oman taxes, how they should navigate it. And for those purposes, I would now invite my panelists. First of all, Hasnain Ali Rao. Hasnain is our senior most person in our indirect tax department. And Hasnain will talk about e-invoicing and VAT. Next, I would like to invite Mihir. Mihir Asher is a corporate tax director, and he looks after our major banking clients and oil and gas clients. Next is Kezia. Kezia is our team member in international tax team. She will talk about BEPS Pillar 2 and tax structuring matters. And lastly, Fatma Al-Rawahi, who's a manager in our corporate tax team, and she will talk about personal taxes. Thank you, everyone. So, Hasnain, if we can kind of start with you very quickly. Oman is moving into e-invoicing very shortly, and what does really change for the taxpayers in Oman? I don't think so.
Is it work? Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Ahmed. From e-invoicing perspective, as we all know, that the Oman government has given a deadline for the first 100 businesses to go live in August 2026. And in phase 2, all large taxpayers in Oman will go live in February 2027, and by the end of 2027, all businesses in Oman are expected to be on the e-invoicing. Now, e-invoicing is basically a regional phenomenon where Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Oman, they are going ahead. So Saudi went live quite early in, with us, but Oman is going live now. What it means is that the businesses have to manage their AR and AP invoices more digitally, and the invoices from the traditional way of sending invoices and printing them and sending to the customers will change, and the invoices will be exchanged electronically.
So will it be very different for, say, business to business, B2B and B2C? Will it be any different from for those two? And how does it compare with, say, regionally, say, with Saudi?
Yeah, so Oman has followed a five-corner model, which is a little bit different from what the Saudi has adopted, which is a centralized clearance model. In the Saudi model, basically the invoices is sent by the business to ZEDCA, the Saudi tax authority, which clears the invoice and sends it back to the supplier. Now, in Oman, we have adopted the 5-corner model, where all businesses in Oman must appoint an ASP, which is approved by the tax authority. And if we are dealing with B2B invoices, then the supplier will send the invoices to the ASP. ASP will validate this invoice and then send it to the tax authority as well as your customer ASP. But if we are talking about B2C, because there is no customer ASP, these invoices will be reported to the tax authority in a batch uploads at the end of the day.
Thanks. Now, this seems like the whole landscape of the way business works and tax works is going to change. How does it kind of interlap or, has an interface with sustainability?
Yes, so I think, because we are talking about sustainability quite often now, if you look at the Oman vision of 2040 and we are focusing on sustainability now, historically, like I said, invoices have been printed. There has been a lot of carbon footprints of invoice printing, documentation. Now, with everything going digitalization, so there will be a low carbon footprint of the whole supply chain, which means that the data will be available with the tax authority in real time with a better data visibility, and it will contribute to the sustainability.
That's nice. Now, let's talk about VAT a little bit, because now VAT has been, I think, applicable for almost half a decade now. And what have you seen in the VAT world, and how has it evolved? And with e-invoicing coming in, what kind of changes do you see happening?
So primarily when we file the VAT returns, we have been historically filing a summary level return, and we then submit a taxpayer checklist which provides a more detailed transaction level data to tax authority. Now with e-invoicing coming, tax authority will have a better data visibility into what is business buying and what is business selling, which means that they will be able to look at the supply chain as well as business results. Now they will be able to then reconcile what you have submitted from e-invoicing perspective with your financial statements, with your withholding tax returns, with your corporate tax returns. So the compliance model which is available today will change significantly. It means that we will move more towards the e-controversy, where they will have the data available and they will be asking businesses to provide clarity on why, if there is a discrepancy, why there's a discrepancy.
Sounds like that there will be significant challenges and new challenges for the taxpayers.
Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you, Hasnain. Mihir, can I bring you into the discussion now? In terms of, say, the landscape of taxation in Oman, could you briefly explain to us how they shape the business environment in the country?
Sure. Firstly, thank you, Amit, for the earlier introduction and the question. Salam alaikum, good afternoon, everyone. So I think we spoke quite a bit about the evolving tax landscape. It would be useful also to speak about what are the more established taxes in Oman. To begin with, Oman's tax system is fairly less complex, or I would say it's relatively straightforward than many other jurisdictions. Having that said, that's one of the strengths actually, because it's kind of the way businesses want more predictability and more consistency when it comes to taxation. The most established tax in Oman is the corporate income tax. In fact, the income tax law was first issued in 1971. The corporate income tax rate is 15% currently. It can be reduced to 0 or 3% for qualifying small enterprises. It's basically on your profits, the corporate income tax. Then previously the rate was 12%, so 2017 onwards the rate has been 15%. So again, we can see a lot of consistency in the corporate income tax rate in Oman. We also have withholding tax. It's basically it's tax on the payments that you're making outside of Oman. It's on royalties, services, software, research and development fees and the like. In summary, any payments that you make for outside of Oman other than for goods, withholding tax is likely to apply. The rate is 10%. It can be reduced to a lower rate depending on the double tax treaty network Oman has. Also, withholding tax has been suspended for dividends and interest to encourage foreign investment and financing into the country. We also have municipal taxes which are on hotels and restaurants. There is a digital tax stamp regime which has been recently introduced end of last year, but that is similar to excise tax, so it's on products such as cigarettes, tobacco, alcohol, sugary products. It's basically like a sin tax, so 50 to 100% is the rate. To summarize again, I think Oman's tax system is quite straightforward, a more kind of consistent, stable, and this leads to ease of doing business for businesses. And I think that's what's the need of the hour.
Thank you. Thank you, Mihir. That's a comprehensive kind of a summary. Now, bringing in sustainability into the discussion, and we have big capital-intensive projects which go for a long term. What are the kind of incentives that are available in the corporate tax regime, which the project founders can take advantage of?
Right. That's a very interesting question for a forum like this. In fact, I think tax is a boring subject, right? For many businesses, it's quite a boring subject. But it gets interesting when you start looking at things like what incentives you're going to get, what kind of reliefs you might have. So you're not looking at tax only as a cost, but you start looking at it something that will enable your business eventually. So having that said, the Omani income tax law and the tax regime in general has a lot of incentives for the businesses in Oman. More or less, these are aligned with the Oman's Vision 2040, which is focusing on the economic diversification and investment into non-oil sectors. So for companies that are operating in manufacturing long-term, again, or shipping industry, they enjoy a corporate income tax exemption. Even investment funds that are in Oman that meet certain criteria, they are also eligible for a corporate tax exemption. We've heard a lot about free zones. I think the popular ones are Tukun, Sohar, Salala, and the others. They also provide tax holidays, customs duty exemption. In fact, there was a royal decree which was announced earlier, wherein it unified the legislation for all the free zones. And the major thing to do that was to streamline all the benefits and the operations that the free zones have in Oman. Additionally, the Financial Services Authority, which is also your formerly Capital Market Authority, has announced certain incentives for companies that are operating already, such as your limited liability companies that want to get listed on the stock exchange in Oman. They have announced certain tax and other incentives as well. So overall, Amit, if I was to say, there are a lot of incentives for the companies, especially that are looking at a long-term project and things like that. However, these incentives are not necessarily currently linked to the sustainability initiatives, but how we have seen this in other developed tax jurisdictions, wherein now we see a lot of like CBAM and a lot of carbon-related reporting and things like that. It's very likely that in this side of the world also we are likely to see such initiatives or such incentives coming into the picture.
Yeah, so tax is more and more becoming a very specialized kind of subject. It is less of a finance function, but tax function is becoming more and more specialized. Right. So with that in mind, how do you suggest that companies should integrate tax into their businesses?
Right. I think that's also very important for the businesses overall to see what their local tax landscape is and what are the benefits that may be available to them when they are doing businesses and what's the interplay between the two. Now, having that said, I always recommend this kind of a two-step approach for anything to do with tax for an organization. First, you need to have tax as part of your overall strategy. Tax, as you rightly said, tax is no longer a finance function. It is, indeed, it needs a seat on the table. And when you're making those investments early in the life cycle of that investment, tax plays a very important role, and you need to bring in the right experts, the right resources, the right systems that are needed to kind of take into consideration all the tax consequences that the project may have later on. Just for instance, if a foreign company were to open a manufacturing unit in Oman, there is an exemption which we heard about earlier that is available. And also, if it's a foreign company, there are a lot of withholding tax related consequences that they may have, entry taxation, exit taxation. So a lot of structuring probably needs to be done. So that's where I say that having overall tax function is the need of the hour. And second, not to overlook any tax considerations. So a lot of businesses are now seen, when they comply with the tax related matters, what's how they have been performing, as in like how they have been looked at, whether they are, any non-compliance is likely to lead to reputational risks or additional costs. So it becomes very important for businesses to kind of take tax very important as a key pillar of their business. Even if they want to focus on their core activity, which is like an engineering, logistics, or supply chain management, whatever it may be, they could either have experts in-house or they could even outsource that activity. But tax is important, is the bottom line, what I was trying to say.
Understood. Thank you. Very clear. Since you brought about structuring, I think I need to bring Kezia into the discussion now. Kezia, you look after international taxes, and there is a lot of foreign investment which, sustainability sector is going to attract and is already attracting. What kind of structuring benefits or structuring areas foreign investors should look at when they are planning those investments into the country?
Thank you, Amit. Good afternoon, everyone. So, like Amit rightly said, a lot of sustainability-linked projects have a cross-border element in them. And it could be in the form of a foreign parent, a foreign joint venture partner, or even a foreign vendor who provides services and goods to the Omani company. Now, the bigger picture comes when you make payments to these foreign parties. And that's where, like Mihir was mentioning earlier, withholding tax comes in place. Now, withholding tax applies at 10% under the Oman income tax law. However, it can be reduced if there is a favorable double tax treaty available. Now, Oman has a pretty good network of double tax treaties. Currently, there are around 39 double tax treaties, with several more under negotiation. So if a favorable rate, a withholding tax rate, is available under the double tax treaty, this can possibly be applied to gain a relief from the additional taxes paid. So obtaining a withholding tax relief under a double tax treaty is not an automatic process. An application needs to be submitted with the tax authority along with certain supporting documentation, such as the tax residency certificate and the beneficial ownership income certificate of the foreign party. And then the tax authority reviews the application and provides an advanced ruling on this. Another important consideration that we often see in a structuring exercise is permanent establishment risks. So one of the most common permanent establishment or PE risks that we see in Oman is the service PE risk. So if a foreign parent sends their employees to Oman, it could be through a secondment arrangement, and these employees stay in Oman for over 90 days and deliver services to their customers in Oman during a 12-month rolling period. This could trigger a potential service PE risk to the foreign party, and by force of attraction, the foreign party would be liable to pay taxes in Oman and also comply with filing obligations. So this is another major risk that we see in our structuring context. Apart from this, there are so many more that we regularly observe, such as thin capitalization, non-related party loans, transfer pricing risks, exit tax considerations. So it's extremely important to do a structuring exercise upfront to avoid any potential surprises or additional restructuring at a later stage and to mitigate the tax costs.
Yeah, so we're effectively once again talking about managing the ETR, the effective tax rate. Now, coming to some of the more recent developments, we saw Oman introduce country-by-country reporting a few years ago, and very recently, Oman has introduced a BEPS Pillar 2. Now, Could you please throw some more light on these developments and how they impact large companies, particularly, say, in the sustainability sector?
Thank you. So, BEPS Pillar 2 rules are an initiative by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the OECD, and these rules have been brought into the picture to tackle the problem of base erosion and profit shifting, which is what BEPS stands for. Now, the OECD introduced a 15% minimum tax rate globally, and multinational enterprises who are in scope of these rules need to pay a 15% global minimum tax in every jurisdiction that they operate in. Oman, in alignment with the OECD guidelines, has brought about these rules in the form of a royal decree, that is RD 70/2024, and this royal decree is applicable from 1st January 2025. Now, who is in scope of these rules, right? There are two tests that you essentially need to look at in order to see if your group is in scope of these Pillar 2 rules. The first one is on the revenue. So you look at whether the revenue at a consolidated financial statement level exceeds 750 million euros in 2 out of the last 4 years. So if you were to look for 2026, you would test from 2022 to 2025, and in any 2 of these years, if the company as a whole has exceeded the 750 million euro threshold, then they would likely be in scope. The second condition, which needs to be satisfied along with the first one, is whether the group has multinational presence. And this could be in the form of a subsidiary, a permanent establishment, or a branch, anywhere outside of the home jurisdiction. So if these two conditions are satisfied by a group, then they are potentially in scope of Pillar 2 rules. Now, how can tax teams and finance functions be prepared for the BEPS Pillar 2 rules, especially in Oman, right? So there is a compliance that is involved along with the Pillar 2 rules, and the first compliance is expected to be in June of 2027, which is 18 months from the first financial year, that is FY 2025, 18 months from that. And before you get to the compliance season itself, it's very important to do an impact assessment, first of all, to see if you are in scope. And if you are in scope, what is the quantitative exposure that would arise because of these rules to you? And there are also several other requirements, like disclosure requirements in the financial statements for the shareholders, provisioning requirements. So all these need to be complied with, and businesses need to be ready for these rules. So it's important that you do an impact assessment, you integrate your systems to be Pillar 2 compliant, appoint suitable tax advisors, and also train your resources to be upfront with these new developments. So as EY, we are always here to support our clients. If anyone needs any support in terms of Pillar 2 assistance, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
And I think Pillar 2 rules will get more kind of clarity once the executive regulations are issued. I think from there will be a lot more activity that can happen on this front. Thank you so much, Kezia. Fatma, now can I bring you into the discussion, and we'll talk about something which is kind of very novel for this part of the world, personal income taxes. I think Oman will be the first country in GCC to introduce personal income tax that goes live on 1st of January 2028. Could you please tell us something about this personal income tax law? Who will actually get affected, and what should they look forward to?
Yes, thank you, Amit. As you correctly mentioned, Oman is the first in the GCC to announce the introduction of personal income tax. And it's an important thing to keep in mind because there's a lot of misconception around this area. So it's important to note that the framework is very targeted, and the key points to keep in mind is, like you correctly said, it's coming live 1st January 2028 as announced by the tax authority. And the key points to note are that it applies to income above 48,000 Omani riyals per year at a flat rate of 5%. Another thing to note is that there are deductions allowed and there are exemptions. And the tax authority has mentioned that 99% of the population will not be affected by this tax. So it mainly focuses on the high income earners. From a technical perspective, it applies to both Omani nationals and to residents based on tax residency rules. Oman residents will be taxed on their worldwide income, while non-residents will be taxed on their Oman sourced income. Yeah.
Yeah. So from a residency perspective, if an individual is staying in Oman, say, for more than 183 days, then he becomes a tax resident. Otherwise, he's a
Yes.
non-resident
Yes,
for
that's
tax
correct.
purposes.
Yes.
Now, from a sustainability sector point of view, what should senior professionals start to think about? Is there any focus areas that they should need to look at?
Yes, at this point, as we said that the going live is 1st January 2028, so this is a transition period. So at this point, I think businesses need to be aware. It's more of an awareness and readiness in terms of their compensation packages, their payroll system readiness, perhaps also their mobility policies. And for senior professionals, especially globally, mobile talents should start thinking about their tax residency and their income structure. Yeah, so as I said, it's mostly about awareness and readiness rather than just implementation at this point.
Thanks, Fatma. I'm conscious of time here, but a last question.
Yeah.
Very briefly, if you could touch upon it. I know executive regulations have not yet been issued, but
Correct.
there are some exemptions and deductions which are mentioned in the personal income tax law. If you could just briefly elaborate on
Yeah,
that.
so there are deductions allowed and there are exemptions, and this is important because the system was created from a social angle. So the deductions, some examples are healthcare expenses, educational expenses, zakat, charitable expenses, loan, interest on housing loans. So those are some of examples of the deductions. Exemptions would include things like gifts, inheritance. What else is there? We also have, sale of gain from sale of primary residence, and some certain foreign income for a limited period. So these are some deductions and exemptions.
Right. So as we can see, taxes are undergoing quite a transformation in Oman, and it is important to stay abreast because this will continue as Oman continues its vision 2040. Thank you all for attending this session. I hope it was useful.
Thank you so much. That's a wrap on a day 2 of OSW Talk. Thank you to everyone, speaker, moderated, and panelists who joined us this afternoon. It's been a risk-sits conversation from ecosystem to ECJ, from land life to e-vehicle. We will see you back tomorrow here again, inshallah, day 3, beginning at 9:45 a.m. with the deep dive into the future of energy. See you tomorrow, inshallah.